And tape. Eastland match of the round, live from Balwyn Visy Park, a massive Premier Division clash. It is round 16. Balwyn taking on Doncaster East. A lot of it's a big game ahead with a lot to play for. A top 2 spot on the line for the Tigers if results go their way for the rest of the season. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, joined by Dylan Smith, Wayne Brasher and Blake Tennant. And Dylan, you've new glasses as well for the broadcast on air.
Yeah, I've been delving into the stats this week too. So during the week, I got a little bit, Russell Crowe and a beautiful line, delving through the stats, and I was seeing stuff. So yeah, super excited for this one. As you said, Balwyn, they must win to keep that top 2 spot and double chance in the finals alive. While East Doncaster, if they slip up, they've got teams like Blackburn breathing down their neck as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very important game, and also for Doncaster East, they're not completely safe in the top 6 just yet. They're a game ahead of Blackburn at the moment, so they need to keep winning to guarantee that they play finals. And potentially this is an elimination final, Wayne Brasher. If the two sides finish in the 4th and 5th positions, or 3rd and 6th, they will meet again. So with the history of last year meeting as well in a final, it certainly could happen again.
Well, it certainly could. Good afternoon to you, Ryan, and our listeners. Yeah, look, this is a very, very intriguing contest set down for decision this afternoon. There's a lot riding on it for both sides. We're in round 16, and you're right. If a Doncaster East loss today basically consigns them to an elimination final, and you'd almost say, going as the years gone by, it nearly becomes impossible to win the flag from an elimination final.
Well, that's the thing we saw last year, obviously, Blake, with Rowell and Noble Park finishing in the top 2, and it certainly gives you a lot of a lot of benefits finishing in that top 2. You get that week off at the start, you win, you're straight through. You lose, you still need just one win to make the grand final. So very important.
It is very important. Back in the Eastern Footy League days when there was a top 5 system, if you finish on top and 2nd and 3rd, you get that double chance. But things have changed now. So obviously it's a top 6 finals campaign, and you touch on really heavily that the top 2 is very crucial to decide. Like if you want to, lose the game, you get another chance. But if you finish 3rd to 6th, you're pretty much fighting to keep yourself in the finals contention.
However, and Blake is correct. However, just take note that look, this is only the top 6 is only going to be in for last season and this season. We actually revert back next season to the proper seedings from 1 to 5. So Blake, we get back to where we should be next year.
Yeah.
And the advantages, the advantage for the 4th and 5th side basically still stay the same.
Absolutely, and it will be a top 10 as well as the 2 sides going down this year being relegated. One has been confirmed in Doncaster. The other we'll talk about a bit later because that spot is still open. But before we jump into hearing from the coaches in the pre-game show and talking about the big game ahead between Balwyn and Doncaster East, we'll go around the grounds and have a look at some of the key games in each division today, happening just 2 rounds to go in every other division from 1 to 4. So there's a lot on the line for a few clubs who are fighting for a last final spot or fighting to avoid relegation. We'll start Division 4. I think quite comfortably Kilsyth beat Nuttawading, and with Scoresby's form, it hasn't been great, but Forest Hill seem to be, they've almost raised the white flag now, and mathematically it's almost impossible for them to make it. So I think Scoresby would beat Forest Hill today, but the big game in Division 4 is Chirnside Park, Surrey Park. So there's a lot on the line here, Brash, because if Surrey Park win, they guarantee top 2, and that means they'll play Kilsyth next week before playing him in the first week of the finals. But if they lose, Chirnside will have a chance to pinch the top 2 spot, because Surrey Park would then need to beat Kilsyth to actually make it. So it's a lot on the line, and to imagine a scenario where the Panthers of Chirnside Park actually make a top 2 after where they were halfway through the season is a little bit remarkable.
Well, it is, and the fact is that, look, the last time these two played, it was a little bit of a role reversal this game now, because the last time these two Chirnside were coming off the bye, and they got touched up by Surrey Park. This time around, Surrey Park were on the bye, and then they got touched up by Chirnside on their first game back. I'm wondering whether the same thing's going to happen this time around. Surrey Park are in irresistible form again, heading into a final series. However, you look at Chirnside Park, and they're doing everything right at this particular stage of the season. They're challenging Kilsyth, and they really have a challenging Scoresby right for that for that double chance now. And Dylan, I think I'm not going to be surprised at the end of today if Chirnside pull off a victory here.
Yeah, absolutely. And to think it was that Carlton-style trip to the pub mid-season that got it back on track. The Sporting Globe catch-up that they talked about was the thing that reignited their season. And other than Kilsyth, they're probably the second best well-performed side over this second half of the season. So I think this one could go anyway.
I also think too, Blake, do you sort of think that that both Kilsyth and Scoresby were in ripping form before they had their bye, and Kilsyth had that shock loss, right, and they had the bye. Do you reckon, since both sides have come back after the break, knowing that they're going to be playing finals, do you reckon they've taken their foot off the till a bit?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Brash, because we know how good Kilsyth's been, and Scoresby have definitely come through as one of the teams to contend in Division 4, and I definitely feel like Kilsyth, the start of the year, I think that the biggest win they probably had was probably Surrey Park, I reckon. I think that was their biggest win, going over there. It's never easy to play at Surrey Park because they use the ground pretty well. But yeah, personally, I just think Kilsyth, they just haven't been the Kilsyth we know at the start of the year compared to where they are now.
Do you think we've overrated them a little bit, Kilsyth, and we're putting them on that pedestal?
I wouldn't say overrated is the word. I think probably that middle... they want to be high standards kind of thing.
The question I would put to you, is there too much reliance on the top 3 to 4 players that side? Jaden Wycard, obviously Ryan McNay, some of these recruits they've brought in. Curry was really strong when we saw him against Surrey Park. So there may be a few players that, if you can shut them down, and sides have tried to tag Wycard and the likes, if they shut them down, Kilsyth vulnerable.
I just haven't seen Wycard in the best in the last couple of weeks. I don't know what's going on, and I just don't. I think, as you touch on, he must be getting a very heavy tag. I just haven't seen him in the best in the last couple, probably 3 weeks, really. So I don't know what's going on.
However, all things being level here, the top 3 sides have had their moment.
You will be hearing that a lot throughout the afternoon. That siren is very loud, and we're right next to it.
Both Surrey Park, Kilsyth and Scoresby have had their moments where they've had lapses throughout the season. It's not like that it's been inherent or that it's not afflicted. They've all had their downtime. So I'm trying to look at it on the overall side, and now that I sort of know, right, looking at the 4 sides that are going to participate, I'm trying to look at now, out of those 4 sides, who do I think looks the most vulnerable of that?
Scoresby.
I think Scoresby, other side, they could be the side that go out in the first week.
I think they will, actually, looking at it at the moment, because either they're going to play Chirnside or Surrey Park, and those two arguably have a right to say that they're the informed side in the competition. So besides Scoresby, I think the other three, this is wide open in this division. That on any day, any of those three, I think, can win it. I don't think Scoresby can. I don't think they'll win 2 finals in a row or 3.
And we all agree that, you know, with not lady luck, but with good fortune and good football, if Churnside are playing their informed football heading into a final series, they could still actually be playing off in a grand final.
Yeah, and agree. You know, at the start of the year, you know, everyone's expectation was, you know, Surrey and Kilsyth, but Kilsyth, you know, even though they started slow, and Dill touched on it as well, and I was down listening in, they went in as well. They went to a Lawn Bowls as well, and the Sporting Globe as well, just to regroup, refresh, because they know where they are, and they had a lot of injuries as well during the, you know, probably start of the year, and they've probably been, you know, I would say the informed team in the comp, and they've really put it into, you know, I would say maybe even a 3-horse kind of 4-horse race kind of thing, when at the start it was pretty much just Surrey and Kilsyth. That's how I see it as.
So I reckon, Ryan, in the overall balance of things, I think the 4 is settled.
Yes.
We know the 4 is settled. It's just going to be now, I think one of the biggest disadvantages, this is Scoresby's last game for the season today.
Yeah, they have the bye, don't they?
Can't afford to lose today going into a final series, because all of a sudden the other 3 clubs now actually determine where they're going to finish.
Yep, no, I think you're right. And as always, we do have our Oracle tips that has been sent in. I think it's been sent to you today, Brash.
It has, and put it this way, I've got to say, well, I sort of disagree with what he or she has put up with here. But however, the tally for the season so far in Div 4 is 47 matches for 27 wins and 14 losses at a percentage win rate of 65.8. So that's not a bad win percentage, but he's got Churnside 95, Surrey Park 120. That, I'm not sure about that. Kilsyth and Nunawading 79 apiece. I'm not seeing that.
No.
And Scoresby 63, Forest Hill 64, and I'm not seeing that either.
No.
So the Oracle could go Norton 3 today.
Yeah, certainly could. We'll jump into some Division 3 games. I think the big one, or the most important one, is Fair Park versus Oakley District.
Yeah, I do.
Oakley District win this, then that's the 4. It's all locked up. But if Fair Park pull off a bit of an upset, now I think you still consider it an upset, but you look at Oakley's side, they're missing a few players. Both Pearson boys out of the team. Hawkins out as well, and I think they've got 4 changes this week. So there's some real good players for them that they need back come finals time if they're there, that are missing today. But Fair Park win this one, it's still going to be tough, because then they'll need to beat Sylvan on the road, while Oakley would have to lose to Warrandyte, which they've a side they've pumped twice this season. So it's still very unlikely. But I mean, Dylan, can you make a case of the Lions here? It's one step forward. I mean, you lose it, you're done, but win, at least you give yourself a chance.
Yeah, and with those outs that you mentioned, like they definitely are a chance. But I think, as you've seen throughout the season, they've had their inconsistencies and probably just their ability to kick a score, Brash, that's been the biggest thing for Fair Park that hasn't been able to get them over the line.
Yeah, it has, because their scores have, unfortunately for Fair Park, their scores have fluctuated. One week they'll kick 36 points, and then the next week they'll kick 87. So it's nearly impossible to get a line of consistency on their form. And one of the players that they really do rely on hasn't played since round 10, and that's Ben Gilling. Ben Gilling came to the club as a goal kicker, and he's a bit of a talisman down there. You know, he's a bit of a crowd favourite. The club themselves, they love him because he can kick goals and excite people. And the thing is, I reckon they miss his sort of leadership in that forward line. And I just think, I just don't think that Fair Park, their consistency is the thing that always hurts them, because they can go down to Whitehorse, down to Bart Simpson Oval, and get a win. But then they can go back to Fair Park and not even win on their home turf.
Lose the Coldstream at Fair Park. They lost to Coldstream twice, which will probably inevitably cost them.
And in these lower divisions, Dylan, you got to win your home games, because you're going to drop more games on the road in these lower divisions than you are winning them. And when you drop, if you're only getting 9 games and you drop 3 of them, you got to find 3 from your away, and that's very, very hard.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think tips around the board, because I actually think this will be quite close. Dadswell's probably been the one up forward who has stood up.
He won him a grand final, Dadswell.
Yeah,
he's a fantastic leader, that man.
He's come to life in the last few weeks, and also Jay Rankin, who's a youngster, has certainly proven his worth. But tips on this one, I'm still sticking with Oakley.
I reckon, you got to back Oakley just because they're in that middle park and they need to be where they want to be, which is making finals, and they don't want to slip up against Fair Park, because I feel like if Fair Park win this, they could squeeze them and then make it even harder for that last.
Well, it'll be good for us, a bit more theatre.
It'll be good, but for
not for Oakley.
Yeah, not for Oakley.
It'll stress them out for a week, but it would set up a night game next week against Warrandyte where they may have to win, depending on the result during the day with Sylvan.
If they get up against Oakley, so
absolutely.
For mine, Oakley have to win this game, not because that a loss at Fair Park's going to hurt their finals chances, but it's going to hurt them heading into a final series for self-belief and confidence.
I think with Oakley too, you just trust them a bit more.
I think so.
And when you're tipping a game like this, that trust is pretty important. So yeah, Oakley for me.
Absolutely. We'll move on to the other big game of the division, Ferntree Gully versus Donval. In terms of ladder positions, nothing matters. I mean, both sides will finish 1 and set 2, so they will match up in the first week of the finals and potentially play 5 times in the 1 year if the two make a grand final. And let's be clear, they've been the best 2 teams in the competition, so they very likely that they will maybe play in a grand final. But I think it's the way that Donval have gone, and we talked about this on the podcast yesterday. I mean, they're slaughtering sides at the moment. I think the last time they didn't finish with 100 points in a game was the last time they played against Ferntree Gully, which they kicked 10-21 and kicked 11 behinds in the last quarter, so they should have done it there anyway. But their score power is just unreal, and that's something Ferntree Gully probably quite haven't been able to match them in recent weeks. But I mean, Blake, it's important for the Gully not to get belted here. They've got to play a really good footy. I don't think they necessarily have to win this one. They've still got a couple of key outs, which they'll need come finals time, but they've got to be really in this game for 4 quarters, I think.
Yeah, you touch on a few outs as well. Having Lockie Kennedy out for, you would say, majority of the year, really. I think
they need him back finals time.
And Luke McCone's just come back into the team as of last week, so he'll have a bit of footy under his belt, which is good to see. And, as you touched on about the playing in the first final, which they will, it might even get, to see where they're at kind of thing, I would say, because, Donval have been the benchmark team, you would say, all year, and I think Brad said it the other time that they've scored 100 points in the last 5-7 weeks around there. Yeah. So they've been scoring really hard, and, but having Harvey out, I think that's a massive out. He's been shutting down a few good players in the comp, and which is, for Donval, you'll be looking likely to see the Lions of, Murray and all that to kick goals for him.
The one thing about Donval is, when you've played a game of football, when you come off the ground, because they brutalise you. They are one of the most. They're one of the most bruising encounters now that you can come up against after a game on Saturday, and I reckon this game to me, you're right, Ryan. This has got nothing to do about the scores. This is all about this game today is about mental.
Yeah.
Who's got? I think at the moment that, and I said this on the podcast last week, I reckon Donval have mentally got it over every single team in this comp. There's such self-belief in that group that they can come back from anywhere at any given time, and they know that they can kick a winning score that no other side's going to be able to put on the scoreboard on a Saturday afternoon. You take all those factors into consideration, that's a winning formula. Only injury and their own only injury stops them, and their own lull of sense and lulling themselves into a false sense of security is going to beat this side.
And it looks close because they're 1 and 2 on the ladder, but in some way there's a big gap between these two. Ferntree Gully are in no man's land really. They're better than the third team, but they're not really close to Donval. That match of the day that we saw earlier in the season between these two, again it was a close game, but Donval could have won that by 5 or 6 goals.
Yeah, they should have.
Just quickly, Ryan and Blake, Kennedy's obviously been out for a long time. Right, heading into a final series, if he hasn't had a run, the coaching staff are going to have to really manage him very, very well through the final series, because he won't have the stamina, right, to be able to play to his full potential. So he's almost going to be like, is he going to be only a bit part player when they really need him to be a four-quarter player because of the fact that he's been out of the game for so long?
Well, you need him to play four quarters. I mean, we saw with McComb that game last time in the match of the round, he went with a shoulder in the second quarter, went out of that game, and after that, they had a bit of form, I think, or a bit of momentum at the time, and that certainly took him out. So
but the thing is, though, Ryan, if you're playing four quarters and he runs out of condition before half time...
Oh, are you talking about grand final, or are you talking before, if he comes back in next week, say?
Yeah, and the fact is that he hasn't played,
okay.
So I'm talking about... If Ferntree Gully are hoping to make it to a grand final, they're going to have to manage him, his time on the field.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful with him, especially because you want to get him out there as soon as possible. So if he's available next week, I don't know, is it injury?
No, he's overseas.
He's overseas. Someone said it was an injury that.
I was talking to the people I know down at Ferntree Gully, and they said he's going overseas. They still don't know if he'll be back for the first final or not.
Oh, okay.
So,
but he would be back for a grand final.
He'll be back if, of course, unless they
but I think
up,
that's. I'll put it this way: I think that might ruffle a few feathers if you come back from overseas and you rush straight into it. That's probably not the right message that you want to be selling. Selling to the rest of your players who have done all the hard yards.
He's probably not doing a mini pre-season overseas as well.
No, that's true.
Considering he has been with all the tourists around the Eastland Footy League that have gone overseas to Europe.
He might be sitting in a house in Germany drinking steins of beer.
Yeah. Certainly. So, tips on this one? I'm sticking with Donvale.
You couldn't go past Donvale.
I think you're going to go Donvale just because of their score power. And Bratchett really heavily the other day. I can't remember or recall in 7 weeks of footy where they haven't scored under 100.
I think they've scored in 10 games of the 16, Blake, they've kicked 100 points or more for the season, this is Sylvan Coldstream-esque from years gone by.
Yeah.
But those two sides play a different brand of football. This side is tough mentally, but they're tough physically.
Yeah, and just a quick one before we go on, of course, with the games as well. You talk about how tough they are. They're also a very strong tackling side. Having the Bulls, I call the Bull with James Rouse, just the way he attacks that footy and hunts that footy. And if he sees someone there, you'll be getting a big bruise, I tell you, after the game, because he's a tough competitor.
Absolutely. The other two games, Warrandyte take on Sylvan, which pretty much means nothing, and then Coldstream, Whitehorse. Coldstream's win last week is now 2 games ahead of Whitehorse, and Whitehorse have Ferntree Gully in that last round. So even if they win this, which I don't think they will at the moment, into their form, and Coldstream bring back some players, Darcy Fritsch and Lockie Craig, but even if they do win, they're probably not getting out of the relegation zone. So I think they're going down.
They're at the last chance saloon, Whitehorse, today.
I think they've already been there, and having a look at it. And your Oracle tips that has come through for Division 3 before we move on?
Yeah, 56 matches for 30 wins and 26 losses at an average win rate of 53.57. He has Coldstream 58, Pioneers 73, Fair Park 85, Oakley District 69, Ferntree Gully 66, Donvale 110, and Warrandyte 31, Sylvan 83.
How many do you think you'll get this week? Or her?
You want at least 2.
I think he will get at least 2 in that one. We'll jump into Division 2. We've got the Balwyn senior coach Brenton Sanderson behind us to join us in just a moment, but we'll go through some of the games. The 3 games I think is pretty clear. The Basin versus the Waverley Blues, Boronia versus Upper Ferntree Gully, and Knox versus Templestowe. I think the Basin and Knox have potential to cause upsets, but the 3 informed sides, or the 3 best sides at the moment, Waverley Blues, Boronia and Templestowe, should all win. I don't think anyone's going to tip the other way around in those 3.
No.
So let's go on to the 2 big games before Brenton Sanderson joins us. Heathmont versus Mulgrave is massive. Dylan, Mulgrave are in fantastic form at the moment. They knocked off a couple of sides that they needed to in Ringwood, which was pretty much an elimination final. They come into this game with a chance to almost lock up a spot, because if East Burwood lose to Ringwood, that would be it, and they'd finish in the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're one of the top top sides in this division based on form, and at the same time, Heathmont are really struggling to find something in that top four. So I think Heathmont, if they can sort of strangle the game, they might put some pressure on them, but I think Mulgrave will be too good.
Absolutely. And we are actually just joined by Brenton Sanderson, who snuck in. Brenton, thanks for joining us for the pre-game here. A big game today against another top 6 contender.
Yeah, it's a really important game for us and for Doncaster East as well. They touched us up last time we played them at their home ground. So yeah, a lot's happened since then. I know both teams have had their injury setbacks and different players being unavailable, but both sides obviously getting some players back, and we're a bit of a different looking team, I think, to last time we played them, and get a bit of experience back the last few weeks. So hopefully we're going to be harder to beat this afternoon.
And I think a different looking side to the side we saw last time against Noble Park. I think Pendlebury and Walker down both ends were missing. So different looking side, and might be able to put up a better performance.
Yeah, well, it's always unlucky when you guys are here because we haven't been at our best when you guys have covered the game. But no, it's getting too close to finals now. You can't flirt with your form, obviously, and I just feel like we're just evolving over the year, and we've had some really great games, but we've had some games we've let ourselves down, and against the good teams too. So yeah, today's really important for us. We've got to make sure we start well. Last time we played Doncaster East, they really pressured us and forced us into so many turnovers. So we've got to make sure we absorb that today and potentially try and flip the script a bit and try and pressure them a little bit more than what we showed last time.
And we've talked about how important the top 2 is pretty much all season.
Yep.
And we saw that last year with Roval and Noble Park finishing there and making the grand final. And for you, you're still in the hunt, and with Roval and Vermont continuing to win, you probably need to win all out and then hope that one of them slips up. So again, you can't quite afford the mistakes at this time of year.
No, you can't. And we've got three games which you just simply got to win them. And Doncaster East, we know, is a great side. Park Orchards will be hungry next week, and then we finish off with Noble at Noble. So they're 3 tough games for us, and we'd love to finish top 2. I mean, ultimately you start the season hoping to make the finals, but then once you get to this position, it'd be awesome to finish in the top 2. I know that's where typically the Premier comes from, but who knows? We'll see how the next few weeks plays out.
Brent, the other thing that I've noticed with Balwyn in the times that we've seen them is the fact that the opposition have been able to pin you down in your back 50 and denied you the access to the corridor.
Yep.
So I'm wondering, have you flipped the mindset, and I'm going to ask your players that they really do need to take a few more risks now going through that midfield to try and create these scoring opportunities? Yeah,
definitely. That's a really good point. We brought that up in our team meeting just before. We're so much better when we play with a bit of dare and a bit of creative flair almost. If we, but you're right, sides that pin us down in the back half and we chip it around, it's not the way we want to play. So, yeah, we'll definitely try and take the ball forward a bit more today. But last time we played them, their pressure was red hot. So, expecting that again today. But yeah, it should be a great game. I mean, I was expecting it to be cold and wet and windy this morning when I got up, but it's a really nice afternoon for footy here this afternoon at Cherry Road.
If you flip the revolves and play your game, are you still going to have to sort of try and beat them at their own game as well to try and get some sort of advantage?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think both midfields are really strong, and I thought their midfield got us last time. They're full of absolute stars in there. And to be brutally honest to our midfield, they lowered their colours last time we played against them. But it's a really proud group, and I'm expecting them to sort of bounce back from the last time we played them. But our mids have been really good the last couple of weeks. Mids were great against Berwick last week. We lose Oaksy today. Oaksy's got a corky and didn't quite come up. So, but yeah, we've still got Bowen Smith in there and Urban, Crossy, bit of a club legend. Tommy Wilson's having a really great season on the wing. Fraser Hicks, one of our recruits, has had a good season on the wing. So we still love our midfield, but the expectations today, I think, whichever team wins will be the team that obviously gets on top around clearance and contest.
Last time you did play Doncaster East, Brenton, you weren't able to kick goals from clearance. You actually won the clearance battle and the contested possession battle, but they outscored you in that, I think, 5-1 across the game. When you come into a game like that against a team that's done that to you, how do you prepare for it, and what do you have to do?
Well, we'll probably try and bottle it up a little bit today. There's such great runners in there, Phelan and Appleby and DeLuca. Their ability to get from contest to contest is really probably a strength. I don't think Bell's playing today. Is that right? I don't think Bell's playing, which is good for us because he's such a great player and he really did hurt us in our last contest. So that's one thing I guess works in our favour today. You mentioned before our backline looks a bit more, I guess, potent this week, and you shouldn't say potent. They just look a bit more defensive with Pendlebury back. Really helps. He's such an experienced key defender, and we were really young last time we played him. And some of our young defenders are having great seasons, by the way. Guys like McDermott and Pollux have been fantastic. Young Aaron Britton's been great. Jamie Ridd, but last time they just couldn't handle the volume of inside 50s that we gave up. So. We've got to make sure we get all areas of the game right today, but I think Pendlebury back should be able to strengthen up our defence and just add a bit of experience back there.
Yeah, you talk as well, Pendlebury being a star player, but just want a quick one as well with Walker. Has he had a positional change? Because last time we were here, he had a very big day out, of course.
Yep.
Have you moved the magnets and put him down the back line now?
We're going to have a look at him both ends, only because he's coming back from a pretty serious knee injury. Sometimes it's better with a game in front of you. Like if you're playing in defence, you can sort of adjust to the ball coming in a bit more easier unless you're a forward. But yeah, I mean he's a goal kicker, so we'll probably use him in both roles today. We'll try and have a look at him at both ends of the ground.
Yep.
Brendan, thank you for giving up your time ahead of a big game today. We wish you all the best and good luck for the afternoon.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Brenton Sanderson
Thanks,
there,
Brendan.
the senior coach of the Balwyn Football Club, and right behind him is also Ryan James, the senior coach of the Doncaster East Football Club. Ryan, thanks for joining us this afternoon, and first off, congratulations on the re-signing with the club, and I'm sure you're enjoying it at the moment. Another big year for you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for having me. I don't know if I'm enjoying the re-signing over the last couple of weeks, but it's a good group. We've got a really young group. Our high end, our top end's probably a little bit older, but we're playing a lot. I think half our team's under 22, 23 every week, so I think the future's bright, but we're more concerned with the present at the moment.
Has that sort of been, you look at last week, it was probably a really poor first half, got yourself back in the game and almost pinched it. Is that sort of the maturity of the group, that you may have a bit of a younger group that sort of plays an impact on playing the full four quarters?
Yeah, last week was a tricky one as a coach. We were disappointed with our first half. But we played, this week we've made 9 changes, we brought 9 starters back in. I don't know if there's too many teams in Premier that can have 9 out and only lose by a goal. We were really disappointed with our second quarter, but it would have been easy for a young group without a few of our better players and leaders to throw in the towel, being 40 points down. But we were actually pretty happy with the resolve in certain parts of our game.
Yeah, Ryan, how have you seen your transition from last year and your first year of coaching this group to your second year? You're similar place on the ladder, but maybe your profile looks a little bit better this year?
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I was just talking to before, our profile we're pretty happy with the 4 parts of the game. We've just, like most teams at local footy, we've struggled with weddings, overseas trips, injuries. Today's probably the best team we've probably put out on paper. We've probably got realistically 4 players that are underdone, but we feel like we need to start getting continuity into the group. So I feel like we're better placed this year. Our best is clearly good enough, and we've put gaps on every opposition. Our worst is pretty bad at the moment, so that's why we're trying to balance up.
And I guess leading into that, Ryan, is the fact that with such a young side, that's where the inconsistencies come from. However, it doesn't help. We were talking about this off air, right, amongst ourselves before, because not only do the coaches have to take into consideration injury and poor form, but now throw in those factors, those extra factors that you wouldn't have counted on, like marriages and overseas travel. That just adds another dimension to the season now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just another thing you got to do as local footy. Now you're a travel planner as well as psychologist. And
yeah.
I think the inconsistency with our group is probably with our better players. And what we're finding in Vision that is, because we've got a lot of high-profile recruits, is sometimes our younger kids can sit there and go, well, they'll get us out of trouble. And then they can say, oh, well, someone else will get us out of trouble. And then no one else actually gets us out of trouble. So it's just like we're really struggling with our mindset of all right, everyone needs to play their role. It can't be up to one or two.
And I guess that mindset really just comes into play when you have a settled side and they're playing good football together, because then all of a sudden the accountability not only comes from the senior players, but then the junior players feel like that then they've got to be accountable to as part of the team's success.
Yeah, and that's the biggest problem we have. Like if you come to one of our video reviews, is our older boys will talk really well and they understand, and our younger boys, we're trying to get them to talk up and be more involved, and that's what happens out on a Saturday. Is like we're in spurts, we're involved, we're not involved. If I knew the answer to our consistency,
you'd be a genius.
Yeah, but realistically, we've got to find it now.
Yeah, indeed. You know, I think as Ryan touched on as well heavily, that the top two is very vital, because we all saw what happened last year with Roval and, of course, Noble. Do you feel as though if you get a win today, this could build, maybe potentially coming into that top two, maybe? Or
realistically, we don't. If you look at the draw and that, we don't think top two's a thing for us, and it never really has been for us. Like, it's ideal, but with how inconsistent we are at the moment, I actually think top two wouldn't be good for us, because we just need continuity. We haven't had our best team out on the park, so as a coach, I'm going to sell that top two is not important. You'd prefer to have it, but I'd be more worried. We need to play football to be any good.
And equally as important too, Ryan, having these games against the quality opposition running into a final series is exactly what you want as a lead-up. You rather not showing any disrespect, but you don't want to play the lesser lights leading into it and have big wins. You want to have wins against sides that you know you're going to play in finals. In finals type condition, that conditions the mind and the mentality for when you really are into a final series.
Yeah, 100%, Brad. Like, we're realistically, if we're going to win it, we're going to have to play 4 consecutive weeks of good football. There's no bigger game for us than ball, and it's clear over the last 2 years. We don't like them, they don't like us. Our players don't like theirs, they don't like ours. So it couldn't be better for us today. Come down to here and perform.
Sorry, Dill.
Where do you think this game today will be won and lost? Obviously, you played them previously and held them to 3 goals, which I was fascinated by that performance. I think you lost the contested ball that day, I was saying to Brenton, but you were able to score really well from clearance. Where do you think it'll be won and lost today?
I think, like most games, it's going to be midfield. I think they've got 2 or 3 really good midfielders, but the depth's probably not as good as ours. But in saying that, we've probably got some weaknesses in our midfield that they've got strengths in. Like, if we don't get to work and control second possession, we potentially could be in a bit of trouble. And with Josh DeLuca, Chris Phelan, Jimmy Appleby, Darcy Jones-Hughes, like, we've got ball getters, but we need to find balance of controlling second possession. I think who controls second possession today is going to win the game.
Ryan, a massive afternoon ahead. 2 of the best sides going at it in Premier Division. We wish you all the best and good luck this afternoon.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
There we go. Ryan James, the senior coach of the Doncaster East Football Club. A really exciting matchup this is, Balwyn versus Doncaster East. The 2 sides who could potentially play in the first final, depending on how other results go as well. They played last year, and I'm just really looking forward to see both sides this afternoon coming into a final series.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, I was going through some of the stats and looking at the 2 teams' profiles. You see that Balwyn are obviously higher on the ladder, sitting in 3rd position there, but if you do look a little bit deeper, it's East Doncaster that have a little bit more of that balanced game that Ryan was just talking about.
But I also think too, Ryan, and I think he saw Dylan.
Yeah.
Ryan touched on the fact is, and look, we're playing local footy, and and I like this us. To me, I like this us versus them mentality.
I love that. I was glad he said that.
Because the game. Even the game at this level at times looks like it's been totally sanitised, and I like to see rivalries. I like seeing. Yeah. I really like seeing that. I like clubs, that they don't like each other, but they respect each other because of what they've achieved, and they'll go out on the field and they'll give it a red-hot crack, and that's what you want.
And there's a few of those sides in the Prem Division.
Yeah.
So Vermont, everyone sort of has a rivalry with Vermont.
Well,
they've got East Ringwood and.
Put it this way, it's always. Look, in sport, it doesn't matter whether it's a Vermont, a Donvale. There's always the tall poppy syndrome. Everyone wants to knock off the hunter, and be the hunted, not be the hunted.
Is it getting harder and harder to cultivate that sort of animosity between teams? You've got players coming from everywhere.
I mean, sometimes it happens, and obviously, you talk about AFL, like a Collingwood Carlton maybe has lost its sort of passion. It is with the fans, maybe not so much the players on the actual park. But I mean, these two sides. You look at last year, that game. Probably this time last year that was finished halfway through because of a serious injury, and then in that final a couple of Balwyn boys, I think off the top of my head, were yellow carded before the first bounce with a bit of tension going on, and they gave up a 7-goal lead or something before coming back and still losing. So there's certainly a bit of feeling.
I think this sort of typifies it. When Vermont played Roval, I went back into the rooms, and young James Ross and Curtis Flakemore were sitting next to each other after the game, sharing a quiet drink together. In days gone by, that was never happening.
Would you have a beer with the opposition after?
Oh yeah, I think I think you've got to go in and pay respects and do the obligatory thing, and I still think that's an important part of the that you respect the opposition and you respect going into their rooms, because look, there's always been a bit of a thing where the opposition picks who they think's the best player, and you do the same for the opposite, and you give a six-pack away. And I still think that that's still a requirement for me, and I like seeing that sort of thing.
I do too,
and I think that's the part of the game that I don't want to see lost.
No, you want to be able to keep that.
It's a good gesture as well. I've seen a lot of clubs, as Brush talks about it. I think it's just good to see that the opposition clubs are supporting, the home club and all that. So
probably the only thing, Blake, is you probably don't want to speak if you're the one that got reported. You probably don't want to be hanging around the guy that you hit, would you?
No, you wouldn't. Yeah, I don't think.
You're normally at the opposite end of the rooms, aren't they?
You'll be at the back just having a quiet one with your coach or something.
Yeah, exactly.
We are going to go to our first ad break before we jump back into some Division 2, 1 and Premier games around the grounds. You're listening to the Eastland Match of the Round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Live from Balwyn Visy Park, the Eastland Match of the round between Balwyn and Doncaster East. There's still a bit of time in our pre-game show before we get into the full match coverage. Big game between two top sides in the Premier Division competition who will be playing finals this year, you would imagine. Let's jump into Division 2 before we spoke to the two coaches. We were about to go through Heathmont and Mulgrave. And Dylan, you were just starting on your point there with Mulgrave in some really good form. No Fletcher Roberts at the moment, but Adam Booth kicked 6 in the last 3 games. 6 goals each in the last 3 games. So 18 from 3, and obviously they've been able to score quite heavily. Do you think coming up against a Jet side who do bring in Stevens and also I think someone else, I think Malone, but also lose Lake Tink, so they're still struggling on the injury front?
Yeah, Stevens is a huge in though. He was one of their best players earlier when we caught them at the match of the round, but just the form that Mulgrave are in, I just think with their scoring power over Heathmont they play that quite defensive game. They keep the ball off you and sort of defend with the ball. And I remember their coach, when we spoke to him in that last game, he was so, the way that he spoke about Mulgrave, it was in glowing terms, and I think they might be too strong today. They'll get him this time.
And Brash, if they do win and then Ringwood defeat East Burwood, they will play finals. But either way, and they've got a tough run home because they've got Bronia as well to play, so that's a really tough game to finish the season. But looking at the 3 that can make it in Mulgrave, East Burwood and Ringwood to an extent, Mulgrave are by far the best of the 3 at the moment. They are the informed team.
Well, they are, and the fact is, when I agree exactly with Dylan's assessment there. At the moment, I don't feel that Heathmont are playing well enough. They've lost 2 out of their last 3. They only beat the Basin last week. That's not good form leading into a game. Mulgrave beat them there last year and by, I think, 27 points, if my memory serves me correct. At the moment, I don't often tip Mulgrave with any sort of confidence whatsoever, but this week I am.
With confidence?
I am tipping them with confidence.
They've earned it.
And it's taken a while for them to earn my tip. And...
Well, watch him lose now. Watch him as soon as you've said that.
I know, but I've got to say, though, Connor Telliott's had a fantastic season for them. Dean Silkoulis is still playing a great role. I reckon what they've been able to do this year, Mulgrave, is they've finally found a little bit of consistency. Now, I reckon if they could get Gervasoni into some really ripping form coming into the finals, and Adam Booth is a proven finals player. I mean, they could go a lot. They could go deep in the finals series, but they've still got a bit of ground to make up on Waverley Blues and Baronia.
And just before we move on to the other big game, you talked about Doncaster East having to play Balwyn and Vermont on the run home, and you want those sort of games leading into a final series. Well, if Mulgrave make it, they're playing Heathmont this week, who will play finals, and then Baronia, the top side in the competition. So that's perfect finals sort of form, or finals games to come into a final
and
series.
Like I said before, when you got to have, those are the sort of games you want to have going into a final. I don't want to be playing Lilydale and Croydon going into a final series and winning by 15, 16 goals.
No.
I want my side mentally and physically ready for a final series, because we all know the intensity on the ball carrier, the intensity on the mine goes up another 50% in final series.
Absolutely. And Blake, the other big game today, which Ringwood are still alive mathematically, but with their run home as well, they've got to play Waverley Blues, so it's pretty tough. But they play East Burwood, and there's been big news at the Rams, as we talked about in the podcast yesterday, with David Jensen not being offered a contract next year for 2024. So a bit of a busy week for them, and maybe a little bit distracting. But they go into this game when probably out of form. They haven't got the plays available at the moment. I know Max Wills is done for the year. I think Young's still in, but they've got a couple others out. Dove again was injured on the weekend, so he comes out of the side. There's a lot of players missing. I think Kempson as well. So it's a potential one for Ringwood to win here, and I think if East Burwood do win it, they've got Upper Ferntree Gully to finish, so they may still make it, but they're out of form, so I can't see them actually doing much if they do make a final series.
Now, as we touched on, they were a top 3 side last year. We saw that pretty well. And the thing about East Burwood, though, the thing with the coaching movements and all that, they would want to play for him to. Is he?
No, he's done.
He's done, so he's not coaching.
No, not coaching.
So that means the interim coach, as we've heavily been seeing, that
Damien Murray.
So they've definitely been seeing a lot of movement and around that. And as you touched on, that's a few big outs for East Burwood. Seeing Kempson and Wills and all that, that's pretty big outs. And it'll be interesting to see how they go. I think if East Burwood want to win, I wouldn't be surprised if it'll be under. Probably 3 or 4 goals.
I just think that it's been a season for East Burwood where they've just never, right throughout the season, gentlemen, they've never had the right mix on the ground at any given time. Their form and consistency has shown that, and unfortunately, someone's got to cop it in the neck, and the coach felt the wrath of the committee and was duly gone.
Yeah, Dylan, it's a big time to do it as well with a side that can still play finals. So obviously they're pretty clear in their direction going forward next year and everything. But they're still alive. I know the injuries are really, really bad at the moment. But they win this. Mulgrave could easily lose those two because they're very tough games. So and then if they win this, you've got Upper Ferntree Gully, which they're not going to lose to. So they're more than likely still to make it.
Yeah, but the thing is, are they going to come into us? They're going to come in undermanned side.
I don't think they can win a final.
No.
I think Mulgrave can.
And Brash is spot on. Like, they just haven't. It feels like every week we're talking about they've got a bunch of players out, they've got people travelling, and I know all teams are like that, but they just don't seem like they've had a proper run at it. And this move to get rid of the coach, it's sort of. I don't know, it's almost like giving up a little bit with the last 2 games to go.
Conceding that this isn't our year?
Yeah.
Well, that's just not what you want. You want to go into a season ahead and all that. And but, Ringwood, we touch on heavily as well, just on the way they've had. But I just think maybe they can start winning and looking ahead, maybe as well, kind of what East Burwood are doing. So, as Brush said, I don't think they can win a final, but with Mulgrave, as we touched on, I think they can just with the recruits they've signed this year. So,
absolutely. Let's have a look at the Oracle tips for this one.
Divi 2, 69 matches, 47 wins, 22 losses, 68.12 win percentage. The Basin 46, Waverley Blues 111, East Burwood 63, Ringwood 58, Heathmont 68, Mulgrave 101. Knox 84, Templestowe 78, and Baronia.
Don't know about that one.
No, and Baronia 79, Upper Ferntree Gully 57.
I think it'll be a bit bigger margin there. It's all more reserve.
You'd want to be looking. The Oracle would be wanting at least 4 winners here today.
Absolutely.
Out of that lot.
Let's jump into Division 1 now. Some interesting games. South Belgrave play Lilydale, so South Belgrave will continue that streak going. Croydon take on Montrose. They did defeat the D's last time they played, but I don't see that happening today. Mitcham also take on Muralbark, and I think Mitcham will win that very, very comfortable. The 2 important games here, Beaconsfield versus North Ringwood, potential elimination final, but Wanturna South and Bayswater touch on first, because if the Devils win and North Ringwood lose, that sets up that game next week at Quamby Reserve as the winner goes in and finishes 5th, the loser misses out. So Devils still alive, and they bring in a few players this week, Brash. So I think they have to go in favourites against a Bayswater side now who have nothing to play for.
Well, put it this way, it's with Wanturna South, they've thrown the kitchen sink at it this week because they know there's no coming back tomorrow, and so they should. Bayswater, on the other hand, look, they love to play the perfect spoiler, but I just sort of think that when that game needed to be won last week for them, I didn't think they got the value out of their senior players and left it to their younger brigade to try and to try and keep with North Ringwood in that last quarter. But for mine, Wanty South should win. They should win by the 6-goal margin. If they don't, then I'd be disappointed.
Yeah, to that turn as well, I think that last game, so like if Beaconsfield beat North Ringwood today, and which we'll touch on, of course, later. And Wanty South, they beat Bayswater. That last game could be huge.
Well, that's what I was saying.
And,
That's it. That's your win and lose.
And I think both sides also potentially might be playing for the Knox Club Cup as well, which both are heavily big sponsors. So it's a big rivalry because they're literally down the road from each other, Bayswater and Montana. So should be an exciting game.
But that North Ringwood and Beaconsfield one, that's a big if for North Ringwood to lose. Like, they've only lost to Mitcham in their last 5, so they're in really good form.
Well, that's a good point to make at the moment. The only reason I'm not tipping them is because at home park. Quamby Reserve, they've been fantastic, but they've now started to find some form on the road as well. Last week was a big win. It was a tough ask against a Bayswater side who were desperate for a win to stay alive. So their form's been really impressive. Willen's been fantastic. Another best on performance last weekend, and we gave them the Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. But do you think travelling to Beaconsfield, they'd also bring in Matt Johnson back from VFL level, Damien Johnston, and a few others as well? I know they lose Ocker, and that might be for the season, but I mean, they're looking close to full strength.
I think the difference between the two sides is going to be Matt Johnson, because if he plays and kicks the amount of goals that he did against Mooroolbark, they win.
Well, that's the difference.
They win.
It's not going to be a high-scoring game.
No, look, I think it'll be it'll probably be 80 to 60, 80 to. There'll be no more than 150 points between the two sides, I reckon.
Yeah. It's always hard as well playing at Beaconsfield. We all saw that. I know the conditions wasn't great for that match of the round, but I have to say he is a massive impact to Beaconsfield. And I think I was listening in last week that if Beaconsfield want to win a final, he has to be playing. But of course, you got to look for the brighter side. VFL duties, of course, has to go in front. So,
but the thing is, though, Blake, now that Ocker is out of the season, for what could be the rest of the season, he was their only goal kicking option. And I thought personally that both Johnson and Ocker have to play for Beaconsfield to win a final.
And I think Ocker's kicked around probably 35 goals this year, so that's pretty big.
So for argument's sake, gentlemen, Ocker out injured and Johnson gets recalled to the VFL. Can Beaconsfield win a final with those two?
No, I don't think so. They just don't have enough.
Even if they play North Ringwood?
I mean, you're at a neutral ground as well, so I don't think so. I would almost back North Ringwood.
So does the winner of today's? So what do we take out of whoever wins today? A psychological advantage for one over the other?
Yes, and also for North Ringwood important because they don't want to go into next week needing to win to make it. They want this locked up. Beaconsfield aren't locked up officially, but they play Lilydale next week, and no disrespect to Lilydale, but they'll win that game.
But let's remember back to that, if we're talking about Beaconsfield winning a final, they played that game against Mooroolbark. Mooroolbark beat them quite convincingly at the contest that day, and I'm not sure, if you don't have a Matt Johnson, like you said, Brash, I don't know how you get your goals.
No.
They did it all with ball movement, and he was just getting on the end. I kicked 4 or 5 that day.
They don't have enough quality midfielders and half forwards. Beaconsfield.
Brash, before we get to Premier Division, because we are
we're running a bit out of time, aren't we?
Just the Oracle.
Yeah, South Belgrave 76, Lilydale 42, Croydon 70, Montrose 84, Beaconsfield 84, North Ringwood 70, Mitcham 95, Mooroolbark 73, Wanturna South 93, Bayswater 60. I think they're pretty fair figures amongst all that lot, and I think the winners will come through on a lot of them.
Absolutely. Let's jump into Premier Division before we go to our last break, before we bring the call team in. I'll just talk about the big game here, I think. The most interesting to me besides this one, Blackburn versus South Croydon. I think this is going to be way closer than what some people may think. With South Croydon's form, they've been able to contend against East Ringwood and Roeville. Fallen short, but they've been very competitive. And Blackburn have not played well at Moreton Park at all. They've lost the last 3 or 4 at the ground. They don't score a whole lot. I think this is a danger game that South Croydon can win, Blake.
I think too. I think they've actually had the wood over Blackburn, South Croydon. I think they've won 3 games. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think they've won 3 because I think they won the Anzac Day game, the one last year, and they won Anzac Day. So I think that's, So they've pretty much got it all over them at the moment. And even though South Croydon's form, they do tend to play well at Moreton Park as well. You know, we all saw last year they played really good footy there and they won. And Blackburn, as you touched on, I just don't know what's going on with their home ground, because I don't think.
Well, they just have not played that quite well over the. Certainly the last few weeks. But Brash, your thoughts on this one?
South Croydon South Croydon will throw everything at it this week.
They've got to get one.
And I reckon they can do it. For me, they're too proud a club. They will throw everything at it at this week to ensure victory. It'll come at it might come at a cost. It could cost them injuries, but they'll throw everything at it. Blackburn they've got it. It's just a matter of having to. Blackburn also have to win. So it's the perfect game.
That's a must-win game. We are going to go to our final break here before we bring in the call team for the Eastland match of the round between Balwyn and Doncaster East.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Balwyn Visy Park. A Premier Division Finals preview out here. The rumble of the jungle between the Balwyn Tigers and the Doncaster East Lions. The Tigers looking to keep their top 2 chances alive. Doncaster East looking to spoil the party and get back on the winners list. I'm Josh Wood, joined in the callers chair today by Brett Beston. A very good afternoon to you, Besto. Sure you enjoyed the trip out here from the southeast.
Yes, it took me about 2 hours to get. Didn't really. It was not too bad. A little bit further than normal, but always nice to come out to Balwyn. Great viewing up here. It's a superb spot that we get to call from. And best of all, They've got an elevator here too, so if you go downstairs, you don't even have to
Actually, Brett, how's the weather been down on the coast this week?
Look, it's typical midwinter stuff. Nothing to write home about, but there's been a couple of nice days in there.
Yeah, good.
Wayne Brasher and
Coastal living, you can't beat it.
Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird on special comments, back together again for a Premier Division contest. Brash, Ray, it's an exciting matchup between these two lineups, two sides that are starting to get back to full strength this week.
Well, it is, because this is finals footy early for us, Ray.
Yeah, it certainly is. Two sides that are in the top 3 or 4. It's always a good clash, and Balwyn just plays some great football out here on this home ground.
Yeah, and we were able to see that on Good Friday. We weren't on King's birthday when, of course, you were calling the Balwyn Noble Park game best. And of course, they have been playing their best footy this season. Balwyn is sitting still just outside the top 2. As I said, they need to win today if they are to, keep in touch with Roval, who of course play Noble Park out at Seabeck Oval today. So if they are to get the job done, they could potentially jump into second spot. We've got Paul Ukone in the stats centre, John O'Ven also in scores, and Jared Beanland and Dylan Smith will be moving down to the boundary soon as both captains move into position. Let's have a look at this matchup. 9 changes for Doncaster East. They bring back some serious cattle today, though. Simon White coming back into the lineup after a week off. Cameron Giles, Aaron Cheruvolo back in. Giorgio Paparonis, Jack Shalakis as well. And they don't lose too many, so they're a much stronger side this time around than they were last week when they went down to Norwood Besto.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, of course, it probably is a long time ago now, but Doncaster East got hold of Balwyn when they met earlier in the season. I think it was about a 40-point margin. So, look, for mine, Doncaster East have got much more on the line today. If they lose this game and if the teams behind them win, they could potentially, it starts to get a little bit dicey for them. They've got a probable win next week against Berwick, but they play Vermont in their last game, so you wouldn't pencil that one in. So this is pretty important for Doncaster East. Balwyn have got a bit of wiggle room. Doncaster East probably not so much.
Yeah, but if Balwyn are to keep their top 2 chances alive, they'll want to win this one just because I think they've got Noble Park in the final round at least, and I'm not too sure about next week, but it is a very big clash as teams move into position. Ray and Brash, your tips for this game?
Look, I'm going to go with Doncaster East. I know that might sound a little bit out of the box, but I just feel that they've got a lot to play. I know both sides have got a lot to play for, but I reckon with 9 changes, and I think that it's a lot to come into, but I just reckon that they're ready to fire again, Doncaster East.
One couple of guys that are missing from their respective sides today, so they're down a little bit in goal-kicking power. They Balwyn have still got other options, but of course Charlie Haley not playing today.
Yeah.
And Tom Bell's out for Doncaster East as well. So it's probably going to hurt Doncaster East more than it hurts Balwyn, because Balwyn have still got the likes of Lyle and Goebbels to find the big stick. So that probably leans a little bit towards Balwyn, I think.
Yeah, Ray, your tip for this game?
Well, I'm going the opposite to Brash. I just like Balwyn here, particularly on their home deck, and I just think that overall, I think they've been playing a little bit better football than what Doncaster East. Doncaster East have been a bit up and down in the last few weeks or that. And then with Tom Bell out of that side, apparently he's on a plane coming back from Bali as we speak.
Another overseas traveller.
He went over, he got married over there, I heard. But look, I'm going for Balwyn, and I think they'll win by 6 goals. I think they'll break away in the last quarter or so.
I'm going to go Doncaster East. Paul, in the stats centre, a quick tip from you. Already busy day as well, lad.
I'm gonna go Balwyn by about 3 goals.
For what it's worth, I'm going Balwyn as well, and I think they'll get the chocolates. Maybe 4 goals.
As we're underway out here at Balwyn Park, and it's Chris Phelan. They've got the handball away to Darcy to Josh DeLuca. Bowen Smith with the intercept and the kick inside 50 there, looking for a teammate out behind. That was Jack Tillich, who's kicked 8 goals in the last 2 weeks with the first minus score. Balwyn just the one behind. Doncaster East yet to score after 30 seconds in this first quarter as Luke Tynan goes a very dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. It's intercepted by Bowen Smith at true centre half forward. takes his time on the mark. There's a couple of leads. Jeff Goebbels was looking for the lead shot. Instead, he goes to the forward pocket to Jordan Lyle. Couldn't take the mark. White with the clearing handball. Was there a holding free kick on Appleby? There was, and the free kick will be paid here to James Appleby. Put together another terrific season in midfield and up forward as he waits for the ball here, and will kick from just inside his defensive 50.
So it's Donny East to bring the ball back in on defence at the moment, just chipping it around the back line and trying to get something going. Early stages of this one. Good conditions out here at Balwyn Park today. A little bit of rain forecast this afternoon, but no sign of it at the moment. Kick out towards the wing. Beautiful grab there taken by the big man, Waddell. He's a big guy. He's going to have a good battle in the ruck today against the big men from... as the kick goes down the line. Mark has been dropped over there by Appleby on the ground as they try and fight for it. And I think it'll probably be wrapped up. Whittling trying to get the ball clear, but the umpire comes in and says, not coming out of there anytime soon. And we'll have a ball up. So, as we said, it's 3v5 out here, so big game for both these sides as we're getting down to the pointy end of the season. Just 2 weeks left after today. One by Whelan out of the ruck, filling out of the ruck. Waddell actually it was, as they get the ball into the middle of the ground. Is it Mark? No, it bounced just in front of the player, and it's been trapped on the ground. The umpire comes in and says, we'll ball it up.
Well, one thing that Brenton Sanderson said is that they wanted to attack the centre corridor. So far, they've stayed true to their word.
As Fraser Hicks was trying to get the clearance here, it's Balwyn Smith that does. Josh DeLuca will be able to run on it, get it to Simon White. He was under immense Jeff Goebbels pressure. Josh Sticker, wrapped up by 3 Doncaster East opponents. Nice handball from Goebbels to Bradley with the snap, just drifting to the left, and a minus score. Another one for Balwyn. They're 2 behinds. Doncaster East yet to score. Just over 2.5 minutes gone here in this first quarter in the Eastland match of the round.
The back 6 of Doncaster East under a bit of pressure here at the start of this game, and I like the way that Balwyn are attacking the ball carrier as well.
They're bringing immense pressure to the Tigers early on as Taylor Duman with the kick in. Plenty of flyers, but it's Balwyn on the ground. The short kick to Daniel Quinn, who's going to go back here. This is from a fair distance here, Daniel Quinn. He's kicked 12 goals this season, and will kick from just outside the, we'll say 45-metre arcs out here at Balwyn Visy Park, and on a bit of an angle here, so...
Good 360 coverage there by Balwyn on the turnover rate.
Well, it was wide open spaces left in the corridor by Doncaster East.
As in comes Daniel Quinn. This will be the perfect start for Balwyn. It's just drifting to the left, but it's there! Daniel Quinn with the first goal of today for Balwyn. 1-2-8 the Tigers. Doncaster East yet to score. 3.5 minutes gone here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we cross down boundary side for the first time today to Jared Beanland. Welcome aboard, Jared. I think we're having a bit of an issue with the boundary riders once again.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah,
Jared, you got us?
Yeah, all right. Thanks very much, guys. Just one quick number change there for Doncaster East. We've got number 11 running around. That's Cameron Giles.
Okay, so Cameron Giles
instead of the 24.
Instead of 24, thank you so much, as we get the ball back in the middle for the restart. So it's an ominous start out here. Balwyn looking the goods as Cross gets the ball. Sorry, Laverso it was. Puts it on the boot, out towards the wing, and it's going to go out of bounds over there. In fact, I was right the first time it was Cross.
And that jumper change has made Brett Besson very happy because he was very amused that there was no jumper changes before this game started. So you're happy now, Brett?
As I tell you what, it couldn't be the case. There could always be at least one jumper change as the ball is thrown in. Nice work there to the front spot. There's Doncaster East, but it's going to go back inside 50 again. More problems for Donny East. They're under enormous pressure in this early stages, and there'll be a ball up.
Paul Yacone in the stats centre.
5 inside 50s to zip in favour of Balwyn.
So it's one out of the middle again by Doncaster East, but no clearance. So the umpire says we'll ball it up.
That's a damning stat there for Balwyn already, for Doncaster East already with the dominance inside 50, the Tigers.
Balwyn win the hit out again, and they'll get it back in the hands of number 24, that's Hicks. Gets it out towards the wing, and the markers take it, and this will be another opportunity to go back. Is that Goebbels, I think?
Yeah, that's Goebbels.
So Goebbels takes it.
No, it's not.
No. It's Talik. He's had a very good season. He's kicked plenty of goals. A little bit sort of underrated in this Balwyn forward line. He's probably one of the unsung heroes.
I think it's a problem of half the Balwyn side, Brett. Sometimes they do fly under the radar.
So it's Jack Tillig who comes in, tries to kick Balwyn's second of the day, and he should kick this, but he's missed it. I knew I shouldn't have said that. It's gone through for a minor score, And that's the third minor score of the day to go with a goal, and Balwyn lead 9-zip on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Nearly 6 gone.
He probably doesn't want to kick through the ball just in case the ball lands on the tram lines.
Or on your car, Brent.
At least you didn't bet your house on that kick.
No, I didn't.
Best.
I've stopped doing that. I'm in about my third house of the season.
Simon White with the kick in here. Pollux with the fly, couldn't take the mark. There's plenty of Doncaster East numbers on the ground. Wrapping up his opponent there, Liam Laverso. Just put together a magnificent debut season, Laverso, in senior footy. As the ball is tossed back up, Cronje against Waddle, and it's the latter that wins out, only to Callum Bradley. That's a bit of a scrap out here. Good tackle applied there from Jackson Green as we're inside the centre square. Ball in attacking half here. They don't win this tap out. They may win the clearance though. Good Doncaster East pressure from DeLuca and Jones Hughes. And there's a free kick being paid.
Yeah. He took him on and didn't get through.
It's going to go to Darcy Jones Hughes. Penalised there was Fraser Hicks, and he'll take this kick, go to the half-forward flank here. On the lead there is Papadopoulos. On the ground, plenty of numbers for Doncaster East. And there's a holding the ball free kick going in the direction of the Tigers, and 25-2. So Alex Urban will be marched to centre wing, and another chance to go inside 50 for the Tigers.
He's another one that's had a fantastic season. I think he's averaging over 35 possessions a game.
Yeah, he's a good player, Alex Urban, as they go inside 50 for the umpteenth time, and the mark is taken, is it? No, not paid. It's been dropped over there, but the danger is still. Snap at goal there from Smith. It was smothered. The ball's still in the contest. But it's all Balwyn at the moment. They really are dominating, and you think really they would like to have at least another goal on the board for all the territory they've had.
They'd be losing every KPI at the moment, Donny East.
So ball on the ground again, under pressure again. It's Green who gets it out of bounds.
One thing I like what Balwyn's doing. Donny East are everyone's going to the contest. Balwyn, one or two will go to the contest, and they've got outriders who are just waiting for the ball to come out.
So umpire to throw it in. Donny East under pressure as they have been for much of this game. Wise tries to get there, can't do so. Donny East take it. That might be holding the ball. It is. The umpire has paid it. It was fair enough too. So Jared Lowther it was. He got caught in possession, and this is going to be another opportunity for Balwyn. As Goebbels goes back, the big man. In fact, no, it's Urban. Sorry, it's Alex Urban, who we were just talking about before.
Well, Balwyn are certainly coming out here, Ray, and making a statement very, very early here.
Yeah, and just one little thing, they're not hitting the scoreboard as they should.
Dead right, Ray. They could do with this one as Urban comes in. I'm not going to say anything. He gets his kick on the way, and they're clapping on the line because it's straight over the goal umpire's head. And Alex Urban gets his first of the day, and a much-needed goal for Balwyn to sort of go with all the dominance they've had. And they lead 2-3, 15-2, no score. And we've had 8.5 gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
What do you do here if you're Doncaster East, Ray and Brash? I think it's just the midfield. It's those numbers on the inside. They're getting too many in there, and they're still not winning the clearance.
As I said, they're all going to the contest. Sometimes you just got to be all the time, you've got to be aware where your opponent is.
As we go up in the middle again, it's Waddle with the backwards swat there. Bowen Smith with the clearance. We'll go to Paul Yukone in the stats centre shortly. In fact, we'll go to him now, Paul.
The clearance numbers are 7-zip in favour of Balwyn.
As the inboard ball goes to Jamie Rith. That's a very promising stat for Balwyn. He goes out wide on the lead. A really strong mark. I think it is paid. And it's going to Sean Cross here, who's... Looks like he's going back here. He's going to kick from pretty much the tightest of all angles and just inside the 45-metre arc. In fact, he's going to set it up to the top of the goal square. It's hit the post. Ooh. So a good effort there from Sean Cross. He's kicked 4 goals this season and is coming off a 39 disposal outing last week. And just another minor score for Balwyn, 2-4-16. Doncaster East yet to score after just under 10 minutes here in this first quarter.
And so Donny East to bring it back in as the hands of Dooman. He goes out towards the wing. There's plenty of defenders out, plenty of players out there, and it's going to come back off the boot of Walker. And the mark is taken. That's just too easy. And Lyle says thank you very much, and he takes an uncontested mark, and he'll go back and line up to try and kick goal number 31 for the season. But he's played on. Here's the snap at goal. It looks all right. It's there. Beautiful kick. So Jared Lyle gets his first of the day. and an early contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, and it just keeps getting worse for Doncaster East. 3-4-22, no score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 10 gone.
Cardinal sin, leaving a big man by himself with plenty of ground to take an easy mark, and then not even marking the mark, Ray, and letting him run around and kick an easy goal.
And it's quite obvious that the Balwyn are playing the corridor very well. So Doncaster East have got to tighten up in the corridor. You've got to be aware of where your opponent is, and you've got to win the football.
And they're always kicking to that far broadcast side wing, as we'll quickly go to Paul Yukone shortly. Back in the middle. Balwyn are going to win yet another clearance. There might be a holding free kick. It's a high free kick as we do go to Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre.
So the inside 50 marks are 3 to zip in favour of Balwyn, and the inside 50s, I don't think I've seen numbers like this for a long time. It's 10 inside 50s to zip the way of Balwyn.
And not a bad effort. 3 marks inside 50 from those 10 inside 50s as Tristan Van Driel will take the free kick and get the Tigers 11th inside 50. Well, brought it to ground. Quinn got the handball over the top to Sticker, who's under immense Doncaster East pressure. And
Cardinal sin then by Doncaster East. 2 defenders flying against each other, and they spoil each other.
In this grade, you won't get away with it.
So ball will be tossed back into play in the forward pocket. Matt Coxon up against Lyle, who just took it out of ruck, did Lyle. High up and under kick. Plenty of Doncaster East players parked underneath this, but they can't get the mark again. Ben Quaynor with the clearing kick. Maybe not for long though. Balwyn have plenty of numbers around this. Fraser Hicks gets the handball away to Bowen Smith, but Doncaster East do well to cut it off. They're still in the middle of the ground here. It's just all Balwyn at the moment, and they're going to go inside 50 here. Quinn was the outlet, but a good tackle there. Ben Quaynor tried to find Chris Phelan, and Balwyn, they'll look to take it out of bounds. They do now through Jamie Gottliebson right in front of the Doncaster East bench.
So they're just under so much pressure, Doncaster East. Even when they get the ball on their defensive 50, they are just turning it over.
What is the tackle count, Paul? Do you have that on you?
6-5 the way of Doncaster East. So that's really the only thing that's going the way of the line so far.
Surprising, probably because Balwyn have had a lot of the football, I guess, as the ball comes back to Hicks, who has a snap. It's a funny old kick. It's gone straight across, and Doncaster East have got it, and that's what I was saying. They've turned it over almost immediately with the pressure, and we'll have another stoppage. And you just wonder what Doncaster East can do to address this. I think the best thing that could happen is they could get to quarter time, but that's probably about 10 or 12 minutes away. So they've got to find some outlets and find them pretty quickly. A little stab kick forward. It's not a great one, but they get possession in the hands of Papadopoulos, but he's been caught, and that'll be holding the ball. So some rare possession. And a good tackle by Pollux. Plays on quickly, does Pollux. Goes into the pocket, but there's Doncaster East defenders back. It's a 3-on-1, and they get the punch out towards the boundary. Still in over there, though. Trying to pick it up over there with Stevenson. Now it's there, and it's finally out of bounds.
So the free kick count in this game so far, 6-1 in favour of Balwyn.
Well, put it this way, at least Chris Pendlebury and Josh Walker won't need a shower at this stage.
Don't jinx it, Rash, as the ball is tossed back into play. Nikkei up against Lyle, and it's the ladder that wins out. Looking for Tillich, who somehow managed to keep it in, gets the shot on goal, and it's cut off there by one of 3 former Carlton players in this Doncaster East lineup, and as a Carlton fan, I'm excited to see them. Simon White, he goes out wide here to Liam Laverso, and Papadopoulos with a strong pack mark ahead of Josh Pollux, right in front of his bench, which would make his coach, Ryan James, pretty happy in what's been a rough first quarter. Goes down the line looking for Shalakis. Out the back, Cronje managed to get the handball away, and on the run here is Jamie Reid. Gets the kick, it's a true centre-half forward. Will Doncaster East be able to cut it off? They won't. Good tackle there, and there might be a free kick here for Stevenson. No, there isn't. It's just going to be a ball up. A true centre-half forward for Balwyn.
He's a bit stiff there. I thought he got around the bush, but maybe not. As the ball comes down, it's there for Doncaster Balwyn, and they take possession of the football through Van Driel, but he's wrapped up almost immediately on the ground. Any chance of this ball getting past halfway? It's been an extraordinary start. The whole game has just been in Balwyn's attacking half of the field. I haven't seen a game like this for ages. As the ball comes in, it's been hacked away. A little bit on the ground as they try and pick it up over there. One of the Balwyn players getting in and under and doing well, and we'll have another stoppage.
This is exactly what Noble Park did to Balwyn in the King's birthday game.
Yes, wasn't that a great day? Pity we haven't quite been able to live up to the that sort of height. There's the kick. It's been smothered, and they get it on the boot through Pollux. Pollux goes to full forward. Up they fly. Mark almost taken there. It was Lyle who got hands to it. In the hands of Tillich, who snaps back towards goal, but it's going to miss. And it's still going to... No, it's finally over the boundary line over there. And we'll have a throw it in the left forward pocket. But the pressure that Doncaster East are under, they just cannot get the ball past halfway at the moment.
I'm wondering, because of the 9 players coming in, that the players are finding it hard to know where to play through and who to play through.
It might be a fair point as the ball is thrown in, well and truly wrapped up, and we'll have another stoppage.
You can't make that many changes to your side without it upsetting the equilibrium.
As Lyle took it out of ruck. Couldn't find a teammate though. Doncaster East will attempt to clear. Phelan got the handball to Jackson Green, and the ball will trickle out of bounds. It's going to be deliberate. No, it isn't. It's just going to be out of bounds as we cross down boundary side to Dylan Smith for the first time today.
Yeah, Coach Ryan James said at the start of this game that the game will be won with the second balls, and I don't think Doncaster East have won one yet.
No.
No, they definitely haven't. It's been all Balwyn in that area and all areas as Waddle wins a hit out though for Doncaster East. Again under immense pressure there is Green. Cross couldn't fully control the ball, still managed to get the handball away. Wise has plenty of space. Good chase down tackle there from Liam Laverso. And the kick will go out of bounds. Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre.
So we're 16 and a half minutes in, and Doncaster East are still yet to get inside 50. They haven't even got close to an inside 50 yet. It's unbelievable.
They've just struggled to get it past the halfway point. Most of their kicks are coming to this broadcast side, and Balwyn are just being able to cut it off as Lyle wins another hit out. Tillich was a handball option, goes further backwards to Tom Wilson. Kick inside 50. Goebbels couldn't take the mark. Stevenson the snap. A good smother there, and Doncaster East will attempt to clear their defensive lines once again, but they can't. It'll be cut off here by Aaron Britton, who's at the tip of the centre square on the far side out here. He's put together a terrific season as Britton, coming across from Deer Park this year. Plenty of numbers inside forward 50, so just goes deep, looking for Lyle, who'll get a free kick here. And Jordan Lyle, who's averaging 2 goals a game this season. He might be able to get his quota in the first quarter out here, Brash and Ray.
Well, they have, and the thing is, look, they're just doing everything right here. They're playing the perfect quarter of football here, Balwyn, and they could actually nearly say this game up by quarter time if they keep playing like this.
Look, I'm not such an optimist about it. Look, we've been playing 17 minutes, okay? They're only 3 goals down. They haven't had any of the football, that's for sure. But also, a lot of missed kicks that Balwyn are doing are going to their teammates. So all is not lost. If they can just hang on to the end of this quarter, without conceiving too many more, they're in this game still.
I'm not saying that they're out of the contest, Ray, but I'm just saying that the signs are very ominous early on.
So while you two are chatting amongst yourselves, we've missed a goal, but that's all right.
Donny East have got to get their ball players. They've got to get Phelan. They've got to get Appleby. These players who carry the ball, they've got to get them into the game somehow.
John O'Ven in the score centre.
Thanks very much, Josh. I got a score from Division 1. Beaconsfield and North Ringwood. It's Beaconsfield that trail by 19 points. North Ringwood 3-2-20. Beaconsfield 1 behind.
So Jordan Lyle has kicked the goal. So it's another one for Balwyn, and they lead by 28 to zip.
It's kick 2. Lyle?
Yep. Yeah, that's what we said. Yeah, so 28 to 0 as the ball is going to be chucked up. Jordan Lyle with a couple of goals to add to his already growing tally, 30 for the season, so 32 now. As the ball comes down to the clearance, one there by Doncaster East, but it's not a great kick. But at least they get it forward as centre, and that's been where might be an inside 50. It might be the first one of the game. As the ball in the hands of Wilson, he goes out wide. Mark taken by Cross. Umpire says play on though, and they're under a bit of pressure, probably for the first time in the game. And the ball's been smothered across the boundary. So is this the opportunity for Doncaster East to maybe spark? If they could get a goal, maybe that just might be the catalyst to maybe give them a bit of confidence. As the umpire throws it in, and it's been taken out of the ruck, uncontested ruck too. It was there from Donny East as they get it inside 50, and it was over pretty quickly because Pendlebury's taken the mark, and they'll rebound here, Balwyn. So an early opportunity for Donny East goes begging.
As he goes to centre wing far side here, does Pendlebury. There's a big pack of players, and Balwyn will get the high free kick here. Not too sure who it's to, but another chance to go inside 50. It's to
Vandreel.
It is to Tristan Vandreel, who's also put together a good debut season with the Tigers. Gets the kick to true centre half forward. Goebbels was lurking around there, as was Tillich. Ben Quaynor only got the handball to Daniel Quink. Goebbels with the shot on goal! And he has nailed it! Jeff Goebbels with his first. Balwyn with their fifth, and we've just ticked into time on. 5-4 to yet to score Doncaster East.
I think we better notify the boundary riders. I think Doncaster had turned up here today, not Doncaster East.
Well,
I'm sorry.
It's a bit like that, that's for sure. It's an ugly start. And just as Josh said, 20 minutes, we're just over the 20-minute mark, so there's still plenty of time to go.
The thing is, if they try and slow the tempo of the ball down, it creates a man-on-man, and they're being out-muscled even on that score.
So up it goes in the middle. One out of the middle there by Doncaster East. Good work by Waddell. And the ruck, and they'll get another inside 50 here. There's the kick, but it's not going to be that effective. It's been knocked away, but the danger is still there. They get possession, but that might be opportunity taken over there by Hayes. He gets a kick back inside to the hot spot. Get a mark. Yes, they can. And this will be an opportunity. I think it's Jones Hughes who's taken the mark.
He went off his mark there. I think
the umpire's given him the benefit of the doubt. Now, you can't do that.
It's a comedy of errors. He's run into the goal and dribbled it through.
You just can't do that, sonny boy.
Unfortunately, the umpire's not up here where we were, because we had a perfect view. He played on and got caught, but the umpire was blindsided.
He's very lucky to get away with that, mate.
Well, they need a bit of luck, Donny. So Jones Hughes, I reckon even I could kick this one.
Oh, I don't know, Brett.
And he's got it, so Jones Hughes puts it through, and will that be the spark they need? I'll tell you what, it's been a long time coming, but every good comeback has to start somewhere.
One thing I've noticed, though, every entry they put in their inside 50, they bomb the ball in the air. I think they've got to lower their eyes, because with guys like Pendlebury back there, 9 times out of 10, they're going to punch it out.
Is that because they don't have that? They don't have Tom Bell in there as the key forward, right?
Well, that's what you've got to lead and maybe lower your eyes and hit that target.
Let's go to John O'Vet in the score centre.
Thanks very much, Besto. We'll go from Division 1 to Division 4 now. Chirnside Park up against Surrey Park. It's Chirnside Park 10, Surrey Park 7 in the opening minutes.
So up in the middle again. Cronje got the hit out. Waddle tried to take it out of Rock. Umpire pings him. They take advantage to ball, and Alex Urban with the kick inside 50, looking again for Lyle. From behind, he'll pick up the ball. Ground ball will Lyle. Still managed to get a kick away, but umpire pings him. Good work there from the Doncaster East defence. Managing to shut out Lyle there, who's looked very threatening in these early stages of this contest. There's Nick Hay. The kick out to the half-back flank here. Broadcast side, Britton nearly took the mark. In fact, it was Lachlan Waddle that did. His eyes are darting inboard. He's got an option out wide in Jake Whitling. Ignores him. Goes down the line. Rid might try to get the ground ball here. Appleby did well. Phelan, plenty of space to move. Gets the handball out here to Papadopoulos, who's looked pretty lively, but it's pinged by Wilson. Brilliant tackle from Tom Wilson. One of the veterans of this ball inside, and it's holding the ball, says the umpire. And another chance to go inside 50 here for Balwyn.
So he takes the ball, does Wilson, and drives it to about half forward. Ball gets knocked out in the hands of Quaynor. Got a handball back to a teammate. Donny East, they've released outside the danger zone for now, but it may well come back. They've caught in the middle. That might be holding the ball. No, the umpire says we'll give him the benefit of the doubt as we go to John O'Vet in the score centre.
Thanks again, Besto. In Division 3, Fentry Gully and Donvale. Fentry Gully yet to score. Donvale 2-1-13.
So one out of the middle, very uncontested by Waddell. He just gets a knockdown easily, but it's been turned over. Back to Britton. Britton sends it forward. Can they get a mark? In the hands of Tynan. It's going to be in a moment. He's got it now, Tynan. Runs into a bit of traffic, but he manages to squeeze it out, and that's good play. Finds Whitling. So Jake will look around for a teammate. Just chips it back across the ground. It's a dangerous kick, though. That really is poor play. Sticker had it for a moment, and he's wrapped up. They're just putting themselves under pressure with some really poor options in the...
Well, you come to the corridor, you must hit your target.
Yeah. So up it goes again, as the ball is won again by Waddell. He's having a good day on the ruck, and the umpire says, well, ball it up.
He's having a good day with no Chevy Anderson and Carl Elliott for Balwyn, as it's Van Driel that won the hit out. Nice handball over the top from Chris Phelan, but it doesn't do any good. Josh Sticker managed to get a handball away. It was a hospital hand pass though. Bradley did really well. Got the check side on goal. There's a push in the back free kick here.
No, I'm wondering if the umpire's paying a free kick against Bradley.
I'm not too sure. Bradley's on the ground.
Holding the ball.
I'm not too sure. There's a bit of consultation going on.
I'll tell you what, Jordan Lyle's not too happy. He's remonstrating with the umpire, but
He's going to get the free kick, Bradley, and going to get 25 too. So, in fact, it may act. I was about to say, was it actually Lyle that'll get the shot on goal? He won't.
No, he's pushed.
He's pushed him out to the forward pocket on the far side.
Okay,
just baffled.
Very confusing out here at Balwyn Visy Park as it's Callum Bradley that'll attempt the check side here. This would be quite a spectacular goal here. He hasn't kicked a goal in his Balwyn senior career. It's in fact Jordan Lyle that's taken the ball away from him.
I think Lyle will want to give it back to him.
Confusion reigning supreme out here at Balwyn Visy Park.
What do you do? Do you just pop it up in the air and hope someone takes the mark?
What is going on? Just kick the ball, man.
Knowing Lyle, he'll probably go for the goal on the left. It's just a minus score.
That was a comedy of errors. No one knew what was going on, not even the umpires.
It's Balwyn's fifth behind, 5-5 to 1 straight out here at Balwyn Visy Park. 26 minutes gone here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Paul Yukaine in the Stats Centre.
Tackle count 13-10 in favour of Doncaster East, and the inside 50 count is 19-3 the way of Balwyn.
I'll tell you what, that's 90 seconds of my life I wouldn't want back as the ball comes in out towards the wing. Waddell got up, he couldn't quite grab it. It's on the ground. He's a stab forward as someone yells out, umpire. There's a bit of feeling up here on the balcony, and that'll be what's it going to be? Free kick to Doncaster East, I think. So they'll have an opportunity to clear. We've had 26 and a half gone. So what have we had? 5 goals, 6 goals. That might be maybe another couple of minutes to go.
Brash, how long do you reckon?
I defer to Brash, the expert in the time.
About 28 and a half.
28 and a half, he says, as the ball is chipped across the Donny East back line. They won't want to concede one before quarter time. They've done enough damage as the ball is into the contest again, and it'll be wrapped up well and truly in there. Good work by Laverso. 18 goals for him this season, so he dearly loves to add to that tally as the ball is knocked back. As it's out there, well, good work by Wilson. He's been prominent in this term as he gets it forward. Can they get a mark? Not at the moment, but the danger is still there. Ball on the ground, won by Balwyn. As they get it out through the Hex gets his kick, but it's gone to Doncaster East, and they'll be able to work it out of defence. Good little work there by one of the Doncaster East players. Ball on the ground, picked up by Urban. Now Balwyn go forward out towards the wing, but there's nobody out there, and it's going to go out of bounds just in front of the Balwyn faithful over there. So nearly 28 gone, so we can't have much longer to go in this term. 35-6. So one wonders what the message will be to this Doncaster East side in this quarter-time break to try and fire them up as the ball goes in. Not much happening at the moment. It's on the ground, but Balwyn win it. Now a little handball from Wise down the ground. They kick inside 50. Can they get a late one here? Into the hot spot. They've defended okay at the moment, Doncaster East, and they put it on the boot and thump it out. There's Waddell. He needs to get his hands on it. He can't do so. Ball falls into the hands there of Hex, who gets one towards a teammate, and he finds him. And this is going to be disaster. So 15 seconds we're told left in this quarter, and this is going to be disaster. It's Goebbels who takes the mark, and this is probably, I reckon he's a good chance from here. As we get the world's loudest siren. I forgot how noisy it was up here on the balcony. I've got no eardrums left. So Goebbels, 23 goals for the season. He's got one today. Can he kick this one? He sure can. Second of the day. So Jeff Goebbels becomes the second multiple goal kicker for Balwyn, and Doncaster East are in big trouble. It's quarter time out here at Visy Park. Score is 6-5-41 to 106, and here's Josh with the goal kickers from the first term.
So as Besto said, 2 multiple goal kickers for Balwyn in Jordan Lyle and Jeff Goebbels, 2 of their biggest threats up forward. Alex Urban, Daniel Quinn with singles, whilst for Doncaster East, Darcy Jones-Hughes with their only goal. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, one of our boundary riders will have one of the coaches, and we'll bring you the second quarter of action out here between Balwyn and Doncaster East.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Balwyn Visy Park. It's the home side. The Tigers getting off to a fast start out here, 6-5-41 to 1 straight 6 out here at Balwyn Visy Park. Josh Ward here alongside Brett Beston, Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird. We're going to go to John O'Ven in the score centre first up at this quarter time break. JV, do you have any more scores from around the grounds?
I've got one in the Premier Division. Norwood taking on Doncaster. Norwood 4-2-26. Doncaster 3 behinds. I haven't got one yet from Rowville Noble Park, but we can head back to Division 1. Beaconsfield 1-5-11, trailing North Ringwood 5-3-33.
Already.
Nothing from Div 2 as yet. We've got a score from Ferntree Gully and Donvale. Donvale continue to kick away 3-2-20. Ferntree Gully yet to score, and unfortunately, Wardy, Surrey Park well in arrears of Churnside Park. Churnside 5-6-36, leading Surrey Park 1-1-7. That's it from me.
Not a great start there, but let's focus on this game. Ray Baird, Wayne Brasher, just a dominant quarter from Balwyn. They barely moved it past their attacking half, Doncaster East, as we go down boundary side now to Dylan Smith, who I believe is with the Doncaster East coach.
I am. I'm with Ryan James here. Ryan, that was probably a bit of a tough watch in the first quarter. Can you talk us through that one?
Yeah, it was probably a disaster, to be honest. We just couldn't get our hands on the ball. I think 6 uncontested marks. I think umpire and everything went against us. We just, and to Balwyn's credit, they come out and owned that second possession we spoke about, so we need to control that.
What was your message to the guys at quarter time after sort of, a lack of presence there in that first quarter?
It's just not panic. We've still got 90 minutes to work our way into the game, and we've done this before. It's just, we felt the pressure of the game. We got worried about how bad the umpiring was, and then we just got really insular about it and started creating more problems for ourselves.
Are there any magnet shifts there for you, some positional changes to...
Nah, we got ourselves in it. We've got to get ourselves out of it.
Thanks.
Thank you to Dylan Smith down there on the boundary.
Not too sure that you could be blaming the umpiring.
No, they were just dominant that quarter ball, and they
that's not a good look.
Locked it in their attacking half and did really well as umpire holds the ball off. The air raid siren goes off out here at Balwyn Visy Park. Brett Beston to get us underway.
So second quarter underway. What can Doncaster East do to get themselves back into this game? Waddell, he's been really good. He's probably been one of the shining lights, or maybe the only shining light from Doncaster East in the first quarter. Ball under the tight stuff, and the tackle is made. Good tackle by Wise coming over the top. Never like to see a coach and blaming umpires that when they're behind. But anyway, we'll move on as the ball is one out of the ruck there by Cronje. Gets a little tap out to a teammate. Ball, that's holding the ball. It'll be a free kick. So if you just joined us, welcome aboard on Radio Eastern, of course, 98.1. And if you're watching on YouTube and Facebook, we're out here at Visi Park for this Crunch Premier game. As the ball goes out of the hands, it's into the hands of a player that's Paparonis, and he snaps it through. So there it is, the start that they wanted. Paparonis gets the first, so whatever was said at quarter time has worked at the moment. And Doncaster East get their second. They trail 41-12 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard with Jared Beelan as we go boundary side. You there, Jared?
And we're having a couple more issues down there on the boundary.
Try again.
It's got to be Jared.
There we go. Let's go down to Jared.
I'm the problem here. I'm the toxic one. I was just with Brenton Sanderson in the Balwyn huddle. He was very happy with the way they did. Definitely emphasised the territory game, slapping it forward, handballing it forward constantly, very aggressive play, not handballing backwards as much, and very happy with the work of Sean Cross as well. He just needed to make sure that the Balwyn players continue on this way and don't get complacent.
So we're going to get a secondary ball up here in the middle of Balwyn Visi Park. John O'Ven in the score centre.
Quick one from Mulgrave and Heathmont out at HE Parker at quarter time. Heathmont 2-3-15, Mulgrave 3-4-22.
So a real positive start for the Lions, who are looking to lock in a top 5 spot out there at HE Parker. So we're not going too far. Another score, Jono?
Out in the game between East Burwood and Ringwood. East Burwood lead 3-2-20 to Ringwood 2 behinds.
So another positive start there for East Burwood after what's been a pretty big week for them. Of course, David Jensen departing as Balwyn will get this free kick and move further down the ground to Alex Urban, who's about 70 metres out from goal. Looking for Jack Tillich on the leg, has plenty of space. A good sport from behind from Taylor Duman. Tom Wilson pounces on the loose ball though. Dangerous kick, finds Cronje. They've gone backwards here, have Balwyn, but they still managed to get the kick inside 50. Goebbels flew from behind. Waddle on the ground gets the clearing kick. Walker got a big fist there, only to Josh DeLuca. This handball was to Alex Urban, and the kick inside 50 will go to Josh Weiss. Jack Tilley, good sport from behind there from Ben Quaynor, who will apply the tackle here, and the umpire will ping Tillich. And the umpire pays advantage to Doncaster East.
So good play by Doncaster East. He's showing some good signs as Paparonis sets off. Goes inboard. Now he kicks inside 50. It's a 2-on-1 as they come over the top. Good defence though from Walker it was. He got the punch away and Balwyn will repel for the moment. But some good signs from Doncaster East at the start of the second term as Balwyn bring it out of defence. Now the kick out towards this. Bringing a terrific mark. That's brilliant by Lyle. He really is a threat. As we go back to Jono and the score centre really quickly just as before this shot.
Thanks very much, Besto. Out at Seabeck Oval, Rowville 2-1-13. Noble yet to score.
So it's Jordan Lyle. He's looked dominant in this game. He's kicked 2 early goals and he's probably going to kick a third here. So for all the endeavour they had at the start, this will be a real killer for them, Doncaster East, because they have made a good start to this quarter as Lyle comes in. There's the kick, but it's going to come up short. But the mark is taken. That's sloppy play. And Bradley takes the mark and he'll swirl around and he'll put it through. Has he? No, he's missed.
That was very poor defensive play by Doncaster East. They all thought the ball was going to keep going and go over the point line, and it dropped short. And there was no one there.
They got out of jail there. So Bradley's kick is missed, but it's 1 to the score, 42-12. We've had 4 minutes second term.
They don't seem switched on at the moment, do they, Ray?
No, they certainly don't, Brash.
They've kicked 6 behinds, have Balwyn. So they've had some gettable chances, and they've just, if they gone those chances, they would be up by a bit further as Simon White with the kick in. Number 4 ranked player on Premier Data this year. Goes short to former Upper Gully coach and Luke Tynan, coming across to Doncaster East this year and has put together a really strong season in defence. Short to a number 60 there for Doncaster East. Don't have a number 60, so we have another late number change as goes down the line to centre wing. Really good mark taken there.
Urban.
He's had a really good game as Alex Urban as he looks for Jack Tillich on the leg. The fly there from Simon White, all this experience on show there, and takes the mark at half-back flank here. Goes the very dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. Jones Hughes, good body work. Got the handball away to Phelan, over the top to Giorgio Paparonis, who's looked very lively to start this quarter. Got the short kick here, finds his man, And going back for the set shot here, Connor Haswell.
Put that kick down to side. Put this goal down if it goes through to Simon White.
Yep.
What a fantastic kick to position there that really opened up for the first time today the Balwyn defence.
And good body work too from Darcy Jones, who's in the middle of the ground. It was a one-on-one and he won out as Haswell comes in. The kick's not that great and drifting to the right.
They actually deserved the goal the way they transformed that ball down the field.
They did, but it's just their first behind of the day. 2-1-13, 6-6-42 Balwyn. Just under 6 minutes gone here in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, 100% agree with Ray. It was a really good passage of play, and it did deserve a goal, but you've got to finish those off as they get it out towards the wing, Balwyn.
They'll get a shot at goal here.
And the ball is out on the full, so they're going to get another opportunity as they go inside 50 again. Can they get a mark? Showing some good signs as though as the ball is rushed through as we go boundary side.
Yeah, number 60 for East Doncaster is Aaron Saravola, listed there as number 8.
Excellent work. I told you we couldn't go a week without a number change. As we bring the ball back into play, as we go to Paul, who's got some stats for us.
The inside 50 count in this quarter is 5-4 the way of Balwyn.
So just a little break in play as Balwyn with Pendlebury gives it off. Now the kick into the middle of the ground, but it's been well repelled there by number 20, who is that, number 21. As the ball is on the ground, wrapped up there by Tynan. So they're looking much better, Doncaster East, but they still trail by 28 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 7 gone.
As up go Waddle and Cronje. No clear winner in that tap. Wilson was wrapped up there by Cherivolo, who comes back for his third game of the season today. Spent last week in the reserves against Norwood as up the ball goes. Another win for Waddle, but only to Sean Cross, who was wrapped up by James Appleby. We're not going too far in centre wing broadcast side as no one won that hit out between Cronje and Waddle. Smith managed to get the handball away, and there's a push free kick going to Bowen Smith against Aaron Cherifolo. Goes into the middle of the ground. Very dangerous kick. There's a high free kick being paid to Balwyn. It's going to go to Jamie Reid. Went the handball option, decided to do the fake. Instead gets the kick inside 50. Lyle, the big target. Got some space, but Drewman read that really well. And we'll go another dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. Good sport from behind there from Balwyn. James Appleby applies the tackle here. Was on the ground. Did really well there, did Daniel Quinn. Laverso, though, manages to tap it forward. Josh DeLuca rolls onto that left boot of his. Gets a short kick to Chris Phelan, who might go back here. He's, in fact, going to go the short option. A man all on his own. Strong hands, not taken. Good spoil from the Balwyn player. Van Driel is up against 2 Doncaster East players. The kick off the ground there from Wise. Fasanella couldn't keep it in, and it just goes out of bounds. Right in front of the Doncaster East bench out here at Balwyn Visy Park.
So 42-14, we've had 8.5 gone in this second term. Doncaster East playing with a much more endeavour in this term as the ball goes in, wrestling in the ruck. The ball finishes up on the ground. It's taken away by Whitling, who gets it inside. Now the kick inside 50. Can they get a mark? It's gone wide over the back. Pendlebury's there. He's usually pretty safe. Be happy to see it over the boundary, but it's still in. Going in there, picking it up was Green, and now it's going to be wrapped up well and truly. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So we pop down to the score centre once again.
Thank you very much, Besto. And Beaconsfield have slightly clawed their way back into it. 2-8-20 to North Ringwood 5-3-33 in the second term, albeit slightly inaccurate in the first division.
And so up it goes, one out of the middle by, or one of the clearance, should I say, by Doncaster East. And the ball is knocked out of bounds.
At least Doncaster East in this quarter, at least winning the stoppage and clearances around that 50% mark again, Ray. They're Balwyn are not getting it all their own way like they did in that first quarter.
No, you're dead right there, Brash.
Funnily enough, speaking of the clearances too, the Premier Data stats during the week, and Doncaster East are actually last in clearances, so that is quite a damning stat as the mark is taken there by Waddell.
He's about their only clear win, I reckon.
He's been their best player by a street, absolutely he has.
Now they need the big guy to go back and kick a goal here.
Because they don't have a key forward this afternoon, Doncaster East. So they really do have to, their experienced players are going to have to kick the goals.
So Waddell, who can bring Doncaster East a little bit closer if he can slot this one through. Perfect condition, so he can't blame the weather today as the kick is on its way, but it's heading right. and that's a disappointing miss. In fact, it's missed everything. It didn't even get a behind, and it's gone through for in fact, it's an out-of-bounds free kick, which Pendlebury will take, and we've had some 10 minutes gone, and it stays at 42-14.
So Pendlebury only played a couple of games this year, but back the last couple of weeks. The fly there from Bradley!
Well, that's a mark of the day.
That's a mark of the year contender there with a big pack. Bradley got the handball inboard to cross. Looking for Josh Wise. Couldn't completely control the ball. Rid will get hands on this, but two Doncaster East players wrap him up. We're going to get a ball up in the middle of Balwyn Visi Park. It's a terrific mark there from before by Callum Bradley as Waddle wins another hit out, but another clearance for Balwyn. Wise, probably been one of Balwyn's best. Got the kick away, but it doesn't go anywhere. There's plenty of Doncaster East numbers around this. Phelan with the clearing kick. It's a foot race though, and Walker will win out here for Balwyn. Smart kick looking for Tillich. Instead, it's the cut off there from Fasanella. Gets the kick to true centre half forward. Got hands on it, did Hoskin, couldn't take the mark, and Balwyn will be able to clear. Got Leapson with the kick to centre wing, looking for Goebbels. Spoiled there by Ben Quaynor, who may run onto this. It's Shalakis who does. Was he being held without it? He is. And we'll get another chance to go inside 50 here for Doncaster East, who have had most of the territory, particularly in the last couple of minutes here. Plenty of players to go to inside 50, so just pops it up to the top of the goal square. Got leaps and got hands on it. In fact, it was Pendlebury. But
that's around. I thought he might have got a free kick there.
It's just going to be a ball up.
Ball up.
Dangerous territory, though, for Balwyn. As up goes Walker. Got the tap down. Got Leapson with the clearing kick. It's only going to go in the direction of Whitling. Had a great game last week against Norwood. 30 disposals. Runs around onto his left boot. Gets the kick to the goal square. Just a minus score. And it's the third for Doncaster East. 2-3-15. Balwyn 6-6-42. 12 and a half minutes gone here in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. John O'Ven's Score Centre.
Thanks very much, Wardy. Ferntree Gully in Division 3 finally on the board, but still well in arrears of Donvale, who are 6-3-39. Ferntree Gully 1 straight 6.
So Balwyn bringing it out of defence as they go down the line. Plenty of Doncaster defenders there, and they get hands on it. Picked up there, and that might be a free kick. No, Jones Hughes caught one high. It was Stevenson, but the umpire says play on. Now it's out towards the wing, close to the boundary. Kept it over there nicely. Kick inside though, but it's going to be Doncaster East. Quick handball off to Lowther. Probably needs to get into the game a bit more, but he got caught that time. And what does the umpire say? Happy to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Paul, can we get some inside 50s for this quarter, mate?
So the inside 50s are 8-6 in favour of Donny East.
And so that's a telling stat. They have got themselves into this game. Just not quite on the scoreboard. As having said that, though, Balwyn are going back inside 50. And there's another mark for Lyle, who's just getting off the chain. So Jordan Lyle, they might have to think about a different matchup maybe.
Don't know if they've got a matchup for him though, Besto.
No, it's probably fair enough, but they might need to double team him, Brett.
Well, his opponent did nothing wrong then. He was side by side. It's just a big man with big long arms. Put him out in front.
Yeah, he's a tough man to mark up.
Really, the only way that you can play these big men, you've got to play one in front and one behind.
Yeah.
And try and take his space.
Yeah. So Jordan Lyle looking for goal number 3 of the day. It's just a slow, measured approach. He'll be kicking from about probably 35, and as he gets the kick on the way, and the crowd were up pretty early, as was Stevenson on the line punching the air, and that's number 3 for Jordan Lyle. And another goal for Balwyn. They lead 7-6-48 to 2-3-15 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 14 gone. Back to the Score Centre.
Thanks very much, Besto. A score from Blackburn and South Croydon. Blackburn lead 4-2-26 to 2-1-13.
Good start there for the Burners out at Morton Park as we move into the middle of the ground. That hurts for Doncaster East. I think that's the first goal this quarter for Balwyn, and Lyle is having a big impact as they win the hit out through Balwyn and might get the clearance here. Goebbels couldn't lay hands on it. Simon White handballs over the top to Chris Phelan, who gets the handball out here to Taylor Dooman. Looking for Jackson Green, gets it back to White. He might go back to Green. Instead is forced to kick down the line to half-forward flank, and the ball goes out of bounds on the full. It'll be Josh Walker with this kick in. He's been thrown down into defence. Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre.
Clearances in this second term are 7-5 in favour of Balwyn.
So still dominating in the clearances are Balwyn, as down the line they go. Lyle was there. Waddle at the back. Done some really good groundwork. Got the handball away. And Doncaster East look for the switch here. Hoskin will just tap it out of bounds before got Leaps and could lay hands on it. And going to have a boundary thrown. A true centre wing. Broadcast side.
They just seemed a little underdone here, Doncaster East, Ray. They look a bit out-muscled. Balwyn seemed to out-muscle them a lot here.
Yeah, they look bigger all over the field too when you look at it, Bresh.
Ball comes in. It was one out of the ruck by Balwyn, but there was a whistle pretty quickly, and we're going to get a free kick. And it's going to go the way of Balwyn, so they'll be able to bring it out. The kick out towards the centre wing position, and the punch. Ball still in over there, though. Close to the boundary line. Someone dives on it over there, one of the Balwyn players, and the umpire says we'll have another stoppage. So margin is 33. So they have played better in this term, Donny East, but for all that, they haven't really made up much ground on the scoreboard. In fact, they may have even almost lost ground, but the ball goes up again. Wrestling in the ruck. That's a free kick. Which way is it going to go? Could have been a 50-50 job, but it's going the way of Donny East by the looks. So here they come again as they send the ball across into the favouring this corridor. They kick it in the middle, taken by Waddell. Donny East's best player today as the ball goes out, dropped over there by Britton. Ball in the hands there of Pafaronis. He gets a kick, and here's a chance. Surely a goal on the line. It's been touched.
I think there's a free kick being paid here.
A free kick to Jack Shalakis.
So the goal umpire was paying the touch, but the field umpires overruled him, and Jack Shalakis puts it through. So 16 goals before today, so that's his 17th of the season. And they get a much-needed goal, Donny East, and they trail by 48-21. Bendigo Bank scoreboard just gone 17 minutes.
Yeah, badly needed goal there for Doncaster East. Look, they have lifted the ante. I think they probably need to try and get Appleby, the skipper Appleby needs to get into the game a bit more because he needs to start running, carrying the ball, and start a bit of a running thing for Doncaster East here, Ray.
Yeah, and Shalakis. I'd move Shalakis out of that forward pocket, move him up to the half-forward line, because if he gets hold of the ball, he's an opportunist.
As James Appleby is in this centre stoppage now. Mac Hoskin as well to do ruck duty, so Waddle is resting up forward as Hoskin on the hit out. Urban may lay hands on it. He does now. Gets another clearance. Goes to centre wing. Looking there for Josh Sticker. Plenty of time. Nice dance move there on Luke Tynan. Manages to burn him off. Gets the kick inside 50. Looking for Tristan Van Driel. Simon White did really well. Appleby only got it to Daniel Quinn. Handball out, and the shot on goal from Tillich is there. In fact, it's Josh Wise. And the immediate response from Balwyn, they moved to 8-6-54. Doncaster East 3-3-21. 18 minutes gone here in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I thought Simon White was unlucky not to get a free kick. I mean, one hand was being held, and he had 3 attempts to mark it with the hand that was free.
And I think the hardest thing is you work yourself so hard to get back in the contest, and then once again an errant error in that back 50 of Doncaster East, and a turnover sets up a goal for Wise.
Yeah. Well, if Ryan James was filthy with the umpire in the first term, he'll be even less happier now as the ball goes up. One out of the middle there by Cronje. One by the handball out there. It's a bit of an untidy one. Its kick's been smothered on the ground. It's still there as they try and get it. Hicks is there, but he can't pick it up, and that'll be a free kick, I think. Going the way of Balwyn. So a chance for them to come forward again. Another inside 50 as coming over the top there. One of the Doncaster East defenders took a real tumble. It's good work now. Simon White off the half-back line. Goes up to a 2-on-1. Knocked away there to a teammate in Papadopoulos. And it's out of bounds.
I sort of feel that if Doncaster East can't break even in the midfield, I just don't think they're going to get enough quality ball to kick a winning score this afternoon.
It's a bit of pushing and shoving around the contest, but it's all handbags at 10 paces as the ball comes in. Now there'll be a free kick. Which way is it going? It's a holding free kick, and it's going the way of Donny East again, so they're starting to get a few free kicks. Now the ball put forward by Phelan, but there's plenty of defenders back there. Got his hands on it was Britton. He'll be happy just to kill it off, I'd say. And we'll have another ball up.
That was very good play by the big man Waddell, and he was in the marking contest. He hit the ground, he turned around, and when the ball went over the back, he tackled an opponent.
So back to the score centre quickly.
Thanks, gents. A quick one from Division 1, Croydon and Montrose. The Blues 5-3-33, the Tros 2-1-13.
So Donny East get the footy as they get it back into the inside 50 again. Plenty of defenders back there. One of those was Red. It's going across the face of the goal, and they're under enormous pressure as Wilson gets a handball out. And that might, I tell you what, he just got a toenail on that at the end. Good work as Green gets the kick forward. Can they get a mark?
Hit the post.
It's hit the post, so another opportunity goes begging, but it's better from Donny East, but they still trail by 54 to 22. 8-6 to 3-4. And we've had just into, in fact, we're just in a time on at the end of the second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
As Aaron Britton, after 20 and a half disposals a game this season, goes out wide to Walker. He's had a good couple of weeks back in defence. Looking for Wise down the line. Still managed to get it to ground. The kick goes out of bounds on the full there by Jeff Goebbels.
I wonder if we had a score from that little hamlet in Park Orchards this afternoon. wonder if there's a game going on up there we haven't heard about.
As the ball will be called back here to Ben Quaynor. In fact, it might be out of
throw-in.
I think it is a boundary throw, and it might have been touched off the boot there. I forgot. And just going to be a forward half stoppage here for.
So the umpires once again, there's mass confusion. What's happening here?
It's been the story of the day.
As the ball goes back up again, it's Giles in ruck this time. Cronje got the fist in from behind. Balwyn will get yet another clearance. Wise. Bradley has hands on this ball. Goes inside 50 looking for Goebbels with a spectacular mark. Quaynor pushed him out, but Jeff Goebbels, with all that goal, all that experience up forward, did really well. We go to Paul Yukone in the stats centre quickly.
It's 8 inside 50 marks to 2 now in favour of Balwyn.
As Balwyn Smith was looking for the handball receive, but Goebbels just ignores him and will go back for the shot here from just outside the 45-metre arc on a bit of an angle. Gets the shot on goal, drifting to the right and stays there, minus score. Balwyn 8-7-55. Doncaster East 3-4-22. 22 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. John O'Venn, score centre.
Asking you shall receive brash. The score between Vermont and Park Orchards is the Eagles 4-3-27 to Park Orchards 3-6-24.
Oh, thank you.
So Simon White to bring it back in. I tell you what, if Balwyn had been able to kick straight, this game might have been over. They have missed some opportunities as the ball goes on the ground, and they're going to come back inside 50 again. Balwyn gets over the back, and under pressure is Tyne and gets a handball out. Goebbels, in fact it was Urban, gets a ball back. The kick is... No, it's missed.
Touched off the boot the umpire called it.
Touched off the boot. I thought it went through the middle, but it was touched off the boot, so the umpire says we'll have a... It's gone through from behind as we go back to Paul Yukone.
The tackle count this second quarter 9-8 in favour of Balwyn.
So Simon White to bring it back in. 22 gone, so we're probably maybe 5 or 6 out from half time as the ball goes into the middle of the ground. Gets over Britton's head. Now it's in, he's Donny. He's coming forward again through Phelan. He's tried hard on this term. Gets a little handball off. Funny little handball over the top, and they're under pressure again as the Balwyn defence swoops. Now it's number 11. That's, of course, Giles. The late jumper change. And the umpire's whistle has gone. And we'll have a free kick to Balwyn by the looks. So taken quickly, a little stab kick out towards the wing mark, taken over there. As they'll bring it forward, gets over the top, and it's going to go out of bounds just in front of us here in the broadcast position here at Visy Park. So 23 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Margin is still 34.
So we wait for the ball to be tossed back into play. Cameron Giles up against Hinko Cronje on the paints of 50 out here for Balwyn in there on the broadcast side, and we'll get another boundary throw in here. So a bit of a stalemate the last couple of minutes. A late goal for Doncaster East would do them plenty of good, and they'd have a bit of momentum heading into the main break as umpire tosses the ball back into play once more. No clear winner in that ruck tap. It moves further forward for Doncaster East. Whitling got the handball over the top. Jones Hughes can run onto this. He doesn't though. Nice handball there from Josh Sticker. There's plenty of Doncaster East players around this, and Whitling got the handball away to Dooman. Chris Phelan has plenty of space, gets a kick inside 50 just before he was tackled, and the good intercept mark taken there from Jamie Ridd, who goes to Sean Cross, the true centre-half back. They're again using the corridor Balwyn, and it pays off once more. Sticker got the handball away. Under immense pressure was Hicks. Whitling got the spoil from behind there on Tillich, who might get this ball here from Cronje. He doesn't. The kick inside 50 from Bradley. Lowell might be able to run onto this. It's Tynan. Umpire calls play on. Sticker got his arms free. Umpire still pings him, and Doncaster East able to slow it down, and move it from their defence.
So Jared Lowther needs to be sure by foot, and he gets it out. Oh, it's not a great kick. Putting his teammate under pressure, and Fancella, and that's a disaster because this is going to be a shot at goal, and that really is horrible play. And Sticker will go back and line up. And for a player of Jared Lowther's experience, he'd be surprised that he would make a mistake like that.
He's made a few today, Jared Lowther. It's out of character for him.
Not his best day so far, but nonetheless, he can only get better.
Bit over a minute to go.
So, shot at goal.
Yeah, so it'll go about 26 and a half, Brett.
There's the kick on its way. Looks to be coming up a little bit short. Marcus take it in the goal square. Fantastic play coming over the top is Bradley.
Oh, that's his second. Another contender for Bradley again. Got mark of the day.
So we don't have a price of mark of the day. Maybe we can give him a pair of Brush's old shoes or something as Bradley comes in right on the line and he puts it through. So his first of the day. And the margin extended. We've had 26 minutes played and it's out to a 40-point margin now, 9-8-62 to 3-4-22 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we hop boundary side with Jared Beeland.
I think
we've lost him again.
We've lost him again.
Oh.
There we go, Jared.
A bit of a weather update. The wind started to pick up a little bit. It's gone from right to left, so that's against Balwyn's advantage currently. That's why the ball just dropped short there and allowed Callum Bradley to mark it. The wind just picked up straight away and fell into his hands.
It may play in their favour in the third quarter for Balwyn out here, and they could be able to pile on a bigger score as they lead by 40 points. Back in the middle. Tap out there from Giles, only to Josh Wise, though, who's pinged. Darcy Jones-Hughes. In fact, James Appleby will take this free kick. Very similar hairstyles there as he goes inside 50. Spoil from behind there. DeLuca will try to run onto this. He doesn't. Tynan got the handball over the top. Found his teammate. Burst of speed there from Laverso. And the shot on goal bangs the post. And that post will be shaking for a little bit there. Doncaster East 35-23. Balwyn 9-8-62. 27 minutes gone here in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard out here at Balwyn Visy Park.
So they've had their chances, Donny East, but they just haven't been able to convert. That's the second time I can remember the ball hitting the post from a shot at goal. So Chris Pendlebury in charge with taking the kick-ins, of course. Vastly experienced players. He goes out towards the wing. Up they fly. Terrific grab over there. So maybe a late opportunity for Balwyn. No one to kick to at the moment, though, as the kick finally gets on its way out towards the wing. Flying high as Lyle gets over his hands over the ball. Can't quite grab it, though, and it's out of bounds as Fancella tries to control it. Can't do so. And we'll have another throw in. So 27 and nearly 28 minutes gone, so he must be getting close to the siren, the loudest siren in the world, as the umpire gets set to throw it in on that side of the ground. Up it goes. Coming over the top there. Good work by Giles. And I'll just pause as my eardrums get blown out, but there is the siren and the end of the second quarter. And to be honest, for all their endeavour, Doncaster East really haven't made a lot of ground on the scoreboard. 9-8-62 to 3-5-23. Here's Josh Wood with the goal kickers.
So it's Jordan Lyle with 3 goals for Balwyn, a goal in that quarter, a goal for Josh Wise and Callum Bradley. Jeff Goebel still with the 2, Alex Urban and Daniel Quinn the other single goal kickers, whilst for Doncaster East, Giorgio Paparonis, Jack Shalakis on the board alongside Darcy Jones-Hughes. We're going to go to a break here in the Eastland Match of the round. When we return, we'll bring you the halftime show and dissect what's been a very interesting first half, a telling first half from Balwyn, who got off to the fast start out here. They lead 9-8-62 to Doncaster East 35-23. You're listening to the Eastland Match of the round on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM and streaming on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. Premier action this Saturday afternoon. And the score, of course, well, escapes me, but I know you blokes have it. That's all right. We'll get the score up here, as you can probably see on Facebook and YouTube, of course. Balwyn lead 9-8-62 to Doncaster East 3-5-23. My name's John O'Ven. It's a pleasure to have your company during the halftime break, and I'm joined by 3 gentlemen to my right. Dylan Smith, Blake Tennant, and Jared Beanland. Gents, will get your thoughts on the game. Dylan Smith, why don't you get us started?
I really can't believe the start that Balwyn were able to have there. Doncaster East not getting an inside 50 or a clearance in the first 19 minutes of that first quarter is just really unforgivable in a game so important. And we look over at that other result with Blackburn and South Croydon. So Blackburn are in front in that game, which means there's so much to play for East Doncaster, and to come out and, just look like they're at 6s and 7s in the midfield at the moment. They don't know. Everyone's going for the ball, and they don't seem to have any synergy in there. No one knows when to wait out or when to go for it, and it's just a bit of a mess for me at the moment, Blake.
Blake Tennant on socials this weekend.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm just having a look here at Paul's notes here. It's just been all yellow and black, which is, I like to say it's a good thing, but it's pretty much just been all Balwyn, really. Like, they're just giving them no urgency. It's just all about just kicking the ball down and then just hoping for Lyle and Goebbels to do their magic, which Goebbels has been doing for a decade now. He's just been a superstar of the Eastern Football Netball League. And for Doncaster East, it's just like there's no one there. I know Simon White's been playing okay for them going forward, but apart from that, it's just not been the Donny East where we know. I know the inconsistency coming into the game hasn't been where they want to be, but this is a deciding game, and for a ball point of view, I think they've ticked a lot of boxes if they want to get in that top 2, which they are trying to do. They've got the list to do it, and they're showing it right now on that scoreboard, as we can see.
Jared Beanland, our other boundary rider, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, again, stunned by Balwyn's start here. Pretty disappointed by Donny East. There are a few players for Donny East that did start to stand up. Darcy Jones-Hughes is always going to be one that, starts to crank things up if things
He got that
poorly.
really important clearance there and kicked that goal.
Yeah, he did, and that was the start. That was the first goal, I believe, the only goal in the first quarter for Donny East. Giorgio Paparotto Coronis, he's also been pretty lively. Anytime he goes near the ball, he's been pretty good, and he's got that goal as well. But there's just too many players along Doncaster East that just haven't had that urgency, I don't think.
Just a quick one as well. I'm just reading through again Paul's stats here. So in that first quarter, I know Paul would have said it on the broadcast, but there was 21-3 in the first quarter, and now Balwyn are up 34-17 inside 50s.
I don't think I've seen a match of the day that we've been to where a team's got beaten up around the ball. I know Besto mentioned on the broadcast that they're actually the worst team in Premier Division at winning clearance.
Yep.
They're pretty good at scoring from it, but just their inability to win clearance is hurting them so much here.
They rely on their intercept marking down back and the rebound outside of defensive 50. So they're a very good defensive rebound team, but it seems that whenever they get the ball in defensive 50, there's just too much forward line pressure from Balwyn, and that's what's been really impressive.
And the thing about the clearances as well is Balwyn's up 22-11 in the clearances, so they are really low at the moment, Doncaster East, and if they want to try and get it, of course they've got to get it for the midfield, as every coach cliche would say. Get it for the midfield, be one where it's at there. But I need some of their stars to start lifting for them. You know, like Appleby as well, which is what James said there, is what Ryan James said in the pre-game. Like some of these blokes that are stars for Doncaster East just aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Do you think there's something that they can do positionally to throw the magnets around and put someone closer to the ball or anything like that?
Well, Jordan Walker he's like a equivalent as well as that. Like he can go forward and back, where Appleby, he can probably do the same maybe as well, but it's just going to be very... I just can't see him getting back into this game. I'm really unfortunate about that.
I think we're looking at someone like Phelan to step up here because he's a bigger body. But I'm looking at Jono here, and he might have some scores for us currently around the grounds.
Thanks very much. Well, you know what? We've got a handful, of course. They're updating periodically throughout the day, as we well know, but we've got one from Norwood and Doncaster. Norwood 6-7-43 to Doncaster 1-4-10. Blackburn and South Croydon, you mentioned, I believe, Dylan. That one there is 4-2-26 to 2-1-13 at the moment. Of course, there's plenty more development still to come.
Division
but,
one.
gents, let's go around the table briefly. And like you said, Division 1, Blake, we know that you're very close to Montrose, but I'm not entirely sure about... the score from that one, as it still remains, as we mentioned in the second term, 5-3-33, the Blues lead the Demons 2-1-13. Gents, we'll go around the table just briefly. Any particular score that's caught your eye?
I think Ferntree Gully Donvale, if you can get that up, Jono, I think that's the top of the ladder there. I think Donvale were over the top of Ferntree Gully early.
Yeah, indeed. They were just, well too good. And they have scored a goal, though, Ferntree Gully. But I'll tell you what, Donvale full steam ahead, 9-3-57, leading Ferntree Gully 1 straight 6. And of course,
that's a big one.
Let's go to all the way to Division 4.
Surrey Park,
not very good, 8-8-56.
Yes.
The Churnside Park Panthers lead the other Panthers 3-4-22. So whilst Surrey Park have brought themselves back into the game, they've reached those double figures, they're still well in arrears as Josh Ward gets the spotlight put on him. And he still manages to smile. And I tell you what, you're going to hear his voice a lot later. But I tell you what, gents, thanks very much for joining us here on the halftime show. Blake, hopefully you enjoy the sun out there. It's pretty good.
I think it's just letting us know that spring's on its way, and it's in a great time. So these two guys have got the best seats in the house, I reckon.
Yeah, pretty happy with it today as opposed to previous week sometimes.
And indeed, of course, Dill and Jared, fingers crossed when you actually take that mic that things will all be well.
I don't know what's going on, mate. I feel a little technophobic today. I don't know why this mic's not enjoying my company, but, we'll see.
Well, gents, one more question and one word answer. Can Donny East claw their way back into this one?
No.
No.
Well, that's as succinct as you'll get.
I'll just say why.
Yeah.
I know you said one word, but I just don't think they've just got the capitaliser that Balwyn has at the moment.
Yeah, and to add on to that, just very quickly, I think it takes Balwyn to slack off rather than for Donny East to actually pick their game up, because I think Balwyn just counters them at the moment.
Thank you very much. And the siren sounds.
You know what that means? It's time for an ad break. After the break, the second half of the Eastland match of the round between Balwyn and Doncaster East. Back after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Balwyn Visy Park. It's the home side, the Tigers. 39-point leaders out here in this contest between the Tigers and the Lions, 9-8-62 to 3-5-23. The second half just about to get underway here. Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird, what do Doncaster East need to do here in this second half to get back into the contest?
Well, for starters, I think they've got to try and win more ball out of the midfield, and they're going to try and be a little bit more decisive with their delivery into their forward 50. And they've got to try and find a way to not turn over the ball when they have advantage, Ray.
And to add to that, Brash, they've got to look at a way to stop the big man, down there. Lyle, because he's marking everything that's coming down there. And but no, look, it's all I would say: heads down, work your backside off. You might get back into the contest, and we know they're not going to give up. No way.
They probably need They probably need 3 goals, I reckon.
That's right.
So let's see what the response is from this Doncaster East side as we get underway in this third term. One out of the middle nicely by Cronje. Ball goes forward. Doncaster East, we won't write them off just yet. We'll just see what their response is at the start of this third term. They get an early possession. That's Lowther. He needs to get into the game. Gets a handball up. They spread it wide. Good work, Fancella. Down the boundary, down the line. A good mark taken over there by Pendlebury. Missed it, a Pendlebury. And he takes the mark, and Balwyn will come off half-back, kicking down the line. And they've turned it over straight away. So a little bit of a mistake-ridden start to this term. Chipping it across half-back now, Doncaster East. They need to go forward quickly. This slow play is not going to do them much good as they chip it out wide. Mark taken over there. Is that Shalakas or Green, I think? Now they go across, just going from one side of the ground to the other. Now they'll go finally inside 50 off the boot of Jones Hughes. And the mark is taken, so that's in the end that does work out for them. And Hoskins taken a good mark just inside 50, and he'll go back and line up, and a chance for an early goal for Donny East.
Well, he really wasn't in position to the very last minute to take that mark, Hoskin. It's a very well-judged mark in the end.
So, Hoskin, should I say. Mac Hoskin. Here's the kick on its way. Let's see how it's going. It's going to come up short again to that end. We're seeing that a little bit today. The breeze must be a factor. Ball on the ground. Doncaster, he's trying to get hands on it. Snap over the body there from Phelan. And mark taken there by Walker in the back pocket. And the danger will be over for the moment.
So it goes to the far side here, does Walker, looking for Lyle, who got hands on it, couldn't complete the mark. Cross on the ground, gets the clearing kick from defence. It's just a high up and under one though to centre wing. 3 Doncaster East players converge. They aren't able to lay hands on it. Side and wide. Plenty of pressure there from Callum Bradley. We're just going to have a ball up. One change I did notice in that when both teams were moving into position, Taylor Duman starting up forward. Usually he's played defence this year, so interesting move there from Doncaster East coach Ryan James. There's going to be a sling tackle free here. Bowen Smith has had a really good contest today and been one of the better players. Goes to true centre half forward. Lothar was on the ground. It's DeLuca. They got the handball away. A bone crunching tackle there by Tom Wilson, and we're just going to have another stoppage.
Boys, while all that was going on, I watched Liam Laverso. He limped off the ground. He's gone down to the Doncaster huddle. Maybe the boundary rate. It looked like he had a rib injury. He got crunched in the middle of the ground, and he looked like he's in a lot of trouble. And if someone can go down there and just check on him.
Good work, Ray. We'll just get the boys to check on that as Bowen Smith gets wrapped up with the footy, and the umpire will ball it up. So nearly 3 minutes gone on this term as it's won by Doncaster East out of the ruck, and they get a kick forward into the centre of the ground. Good repel, nicely repelled there by McDermott. Ball bouncing around in the centre of the ground. Tackle comes in there by Shalankas, and the umpire comes in and says, let's ball it up. And then the last man to get up was Tommy Wilson. So up it goes again. Almost won by Doncaster East, and they're in the tight stuff is... Good mark, good tackle, should I say. I'm just trying to see who that is under there. Number 25, that's Cronje. Throws it up again, the umpire. Up they fly. One out of the middle by Waddell. And just not going anywhere in this particular passage of play. This will be about the 4th stoppage we've had. There's the umpire to throw it up once again. He'll be getting tired arms. So right in the middle of the ground. Up it goes again. Can they get it clear this time? Waddell again gets the tap. They get the clearance this time. Good work. Now they're on the outside, and they'll be able to go inside 50. Here's the kick. There's a couple of Donny East players there, and there's a whistle. Which way is this going to go? Free kick. So free kick going the way of Papadopoulos.
Number 11.
The big hands of Josh Walker right in his back there. Pushed him out of the contest.
Cameron Giles,
sorry it is. So Cameron Giles will go back and line up and try and reduce the margin by half a dozen. So Cameron Giles just taking his time as he gets it all set. Now he's ready to approach. Got to kick this, just simply has to. Giles stabs at it rather, but I think he's got it. The crowd were going up and it's gone through. So they get the goal that they needed as Giles puts it through.
Boundary.
Does it go down boundary side to Dylan Smith?
Yeah, just an update on Liam Laverso there. Just winded in the contest and he's fine to go.
So a much needed fast start out here for Doncaster East in this second half. 4-5-29, still trail by 33 points, 9-8-62. But as you always say, Besto, every comeback has to start somewhere, and this is a very positive start. 5 minutes gone here in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as ball's back into the middle here of Balwyn Visy Park. Up go Waddell, and he wins out to Phelan. They're getting the clearances now at Doncaster East. Tynan looks for Paparonis out wide. Was there a push out there? There wasn't. Balwyn will still lay hands on this ball though. Smart tap forward there to Cronje. He was wrapped up by Appleby and pinged right in front of our boundary riders down there as it'll be the captain, James Appleby, with this free kick. He'll need a massive second half here if Doncaster East to get back into this game. Goes short to Taylor Duman. Paul Yukone, stats centre.
Doncaster East are winning the clearances in this third quarter, 4-0.
So good positive start in terms of stoppages for Doncaster Aces. Waddell got hands on it, manages to pick up the ball. Will the umpire ping him? He won't. Balwyn will still get it clear through Josh Walker. A very rushed kick though. Balwyn have the numbers on the ground through Sean Cross. Got a handball away to Sticker. Try to evade Fasanella and did. Bowen Smith, hands on the ball. Gets it to true centre half forward, looking for Goebbels. Couldn't complete the mark. And Jack Shalakis, looks like he's been swung down back. Not great handball there from Duman. Shalakis got the handball out here to Haswell as he manages to get a short kick, only in the direction of McDermott. Hands free there to Doncaster East by East, taken high. And the Lions will get this free kick here and have the chance to move inside 50.
Let's go to John O'Vett on the score centre.
Thank you, Besto. Score in Division 1, Wanturna South versus Bayswater. It's Bayswater well and truly ahead, 12-6-78 to the Devils, 2-1-13.
Bayswater might have left their run about a week too late because they could have done with that result last week as Walker takes the mark. Balwyn go inside 50 again, hoisted high. Up they fly, marked by Lyle almost. As the ball spills away, Doncaster East Tynan was tackled. Might have been a case for holding the ball. The umpire sees play on cross. Now it's across the face of goals. Can they get a mark? Up they fly. Doncaster East under a bit of pressure here, but they need to hang on. As they get it in the back pocket, they spread it out wide, and that is... Oh, that's an excellent mark. Taken over there by James Appleby. That was class as he gets it back inside. Oh, that was dangerous. Mark taken by Dooman. That could have turned to very nasty. This is good. Look at the space they've got here, Doncaster East, all of a sudden. And the little chip inside, and Phelan just takes the mark, and that's ridiculous. Waddell, should I say, takes the mark, but that's not such a good kick. And it's been cut off by Josh Walker, and all that good work has been undone. But it's still there at the moment. Under a bit of pressure here, Balwyn. And they've turned it over. So here's a chance now as the ball goes out to Jones Hughes. Gets it back inside and the mark is taken.
Well done by Darcy Hughes. Jones there. Didn't panic.
No.
So young player on the rise, Darcy Hughes Jones.
So Cameron Giles, that was a strange passage of play. Doncaster, it looks like they'd blown it. And then Balwyn tried to come away with it. And in the end, they've got it back. And here's a shot at goal coming up. So
the big man Waddell, he kicked that. I don't understand why, because he had one of his teammates right in the goal square, but there just wasn't enough on the kick.
Giles should kick this, and he's missed. Another opportunity goes begging for Doncaster East. They really are kicking themselves or shooting themselves in the foot. And after 8.5 minutes gone, it's 62 playing 30 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in favour of Balwyn.
We quickly go to the score centre to John O'Van.
Got a score at Knox Gardens in Division 2. Knox are playing Templestowe. Knox 3-3-21, but Templestowe miles ahead, 6-9-45.
As Balwyn, they don't get it clear. It's a bit of a scrap here at the half-back flank here, and there's just going to be a ball up. Boundary side.
Yeah, just having a little watch here on Callum Bradley for Balwyn. He just seems to be playing a defensive role on Simon White just to stop his influence, and that's probably why he hasn't really been seen much in this game so far.
It's a bit of an error in clearance for Doncaster East. Balwyn get the kick forward, and there is that man White. Got it out wide to Whitling. Over the top to Jones Hughes, who's looked pretty good to start this game. Couldn't complete the mark. And it's just going to be a boundary throw-in. Affected the spoil from behind there, did Jamie Reid. So we'll have a boundary throw-in on true centre wing out here at Balwyn Visy Park. Broadcast side as umpire tosses the ball back in. Waddell got the tap down. Looking for Fasanella, who got hands onto the ball. Couldn't completely control it, and it's going to be another boundary throw-in. So 9.5 minutes gone. Doncaster East with the only goal of this quarter, 4-6-30. Balwyn 9-8-62 as the ball tossed back into play. It was from behind Van Driel, who'll follow up his own work, but was well tackled there by Darcy Jones Hughes, who's had a pretty positive start to this second half. He's had a pretty good game. As he said, Brash, a player on the rise. Van Driel took it out of ruck, got it to the half-forward flank here. Bounce favours Balwyn. Lyle out the back. Couldn't get a handball. Umpire still didn't ping him, and he'll ask for the ball here, will the umpire. Half-forward flank here for Balwyn.
So margin is 32 points. We're halfway through the third term as the ball goes up, one out there by Waddell. As our monitor just goes a bit haywire for a moment, and the mark is taken there by that man again. It's Alexander Urban, I think. No, it's not. It's Walker. No, in fact, it's neither of those. But anyway, now it's in the hands of Giles. Third time lucky. Giles spreads it, equates it. What is he doing? He's given it away, and this is going to be an opportunity for. But then they've turned it over again. It's a little bit untidy, bouncing awkwardly there. Picked up by Pendlebury. He's in a bit of trouble, but he gets a kick out wide, and they'll get out of it. And they were a bit lucky there. Britton out wide. Britton sets sail down that far side, gets a kick forward. Up they fly, plenty of Doncaster East defenders, but it's got out the back. Will it sit for Goebbels? It won't. But look at all the defenders back there. Good tackle by Lowther. And in the end, they managed to hang on. Doncaster East, that could have turned to custard for them, but they managed to hang on.
That was really poor decision-making then by Jake Wickling. I don't understand why he wouldn't have had a shot for goal.
I was the same. I was getting ready to call it. It was strange. So up it goes. Ball bouncing around. And it's going to be another stoppage, I think, as Lowther makes the tackle. So 32-point margin. We've had 11.5 gone in this third term.
Boundary.
As we go down boundary side.
We saw James Appleby go down there. He's up and about, waved away the trainers.
There was a big concern there, but it's good to see the captain up as they'll get a clearance here. Doncaster East, the Luca, only finds the hands of young Liam McDermott. What a season he's put together. I believe the 19s captain last year for Balwyn. Gets the kick inside 50, and Simon White able to read it well. And one of Doncaster East's best in defence. Goes out wide to Luke Tynan. Another short kick. Finds his teammate. They're still in their defensive 50 though, Doncaster East. They're not now. At the half-back flank though. I want to win this ground ball. Jones Hughes was lurking around that and nothing doing. It's just going to be a ball up. 12.5 minutes gone. John O'Venn score centre.
Back to Premier Division. Vermont 9-4-58. Park Orchards 3-7-25.
Getting away there, Vermont is Doncaster East. Dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. Still finds the hands of Paparonis. They're on the run here quickly at Doncaster East. Papadopoulos down the line.
Hand pass.
He could have gone to Paparonis. Decides not to. He's got a man on short here. That's Ben Quaynor. Couldn't complete the mark. It's a poor drop. Was there a trip there? There wasn't. It's a bit concerning. There's a push in the back free kick though, and it's going to go to Fraser Hicks against Joel Papadopoulos, and Balwyn will be able to rebound.
Gee, they made a complete and utter mess of that Doncaster East then.
Not for the first time today, but they've managed to get it back. That was good play as Papadopoulos, and here they go inside 50 with a shot. Might just be a shot at goal, but it is a shot at goal, but it's missed. So they did well to get the turnover, but they've missed with the shot, and an opportunity goes begging. Margin, though, is reduced by 1. It's 62-31 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 13 minutes gone.
I'll give him his due. He's trying real hard, Laverso. He's trying to create some run for Doncaster East through that midfield and trying to get players into the game.
So Pendlebury gets a kick out. Good mark taken there by the big man Walker. They go down the line. Can they get a mark? Not at the moment. Close to the boundary line, and in fact it's over. And we'll have a throw in. So deep into the third quarter, or about halfway through the third quarter. And plenty of endeavour from Doncaster East, but they haven't been able to make a lot of ground up on the scoreboard. But a couple of quick goals, and who knows what might happen as Cronje comes over the top, gets the head out into the contest. Urban, I think that is. No, in fact, it's Wise. He's taken in the tackle.
I think one of the differences, the reason why Doncaster East are sort of in a bit of a holding pattern is the guys like DeLuca and Phelan and White are just starting to get back into the groove a bit, Ray.
Yeah, they are. They've had a lot of the football, but their skills are not what they usually are.
And that's because they're so rusty from being out for so long.
So we're just going to have another ball up here. I think it was just a 1 week absence maybe for Simon White, and had a bit of a rest against Norwood as Waddell got the hit out. Might get the clearance here. He does. Green got Phelan as a handball option, uses him, goes down the line to the half-forward flank. He'll just stay in. Quaynor couldn't lay hands on it out the back. Aaron Britton. That's a very dangerous kick, and Appleby will be able to cut off and immediately go on the run. Out the back is Mac Hostin.
Oh, good mark.
That's a brilliant mark.
Actually, I reckon we've got to put that down as a contender for mark of the day.
Boys, we don't have mark of the day.
That was.
I wish we did. Maybe we could have mark of the day.
Because that was a very, very difficult mark.
Let's just make one up. You got any prizes, Ryan?
That was a great mark, but look, Appleby's kick was 100% right on spot.
As Hoskin comes in and converts. Doncaster East are getting back into this contest slowly. 5-7-37, 9-8-62. 15 and a half minutes gone here in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Down to the boundary with Dylan Smith.
Yeah, just in that last play, you're starting to see East Doncaster's swift ball movement really come to the fore, and it's actually quite good to watch. It's just disappointing that we've only seen it from the third quarter.
Paul Yucati in the stats centre.
The inside 50 marks in this third term are 4-0 in favour of Doncaster East, and the inside 50s are 8-2 in favour of Doncaster East.
And really quickly to Jono in the score centre, if he's ready. No, he's not quite ready, so we'll get play continuing on. Lowther went without it. Ball on the ground, trying to pick it up over there. Well, good work under there was Shalakis. Good tough stuff, and he's burst away. I thought the whistle had gone, but the umpire sees play on as they go inside 50, and that's a great play. And the mark is taken by Hoskin again, so he'll have a chance to go back and line up for his second. He's got to have a go.
Have a shot, young man.
They seem a bit reluctant to go for home. It's not, I think there's a bit of breeze down there because we've seen a few kids come up short, but he's got to have a ping from here, surely. Worst that can happen is they might get in fact, he's given it off. And there's the kick. It's not going to get the distance, I don't think. Underneath it, they're trying to fly high was one of the Doncaster East players, and they've turned it over, so Balwyn get it out. They've just got to have a crack. I don't understand the reluctance to have a shot at goal as they go back inside the 50 mark again. Getting under it was Quaynor, couldn't quite get there. Falzo for Laverso. Caught in possession over there, but they managed to get a handball back, and they'll go inside 50 again. But that's a terrible kick, and it's been marked back there by Walker. And they'll be able to get out of this ball. Another wasted opportunity, or is that Urban on the line? Doesn't matter. It's Balwyn in possession.
It's Walker, as Taylor Duman is slow to get up on the ground. We'll go down to the boundary soon as Balwyn clear the defensive lines. Lyle went from behind, couldn't take the mark. Green was wrapped up by Wise. We go down to the boundary now with Jared Beanland.
Yeah, as you observed, Josh, Taylor Duman coming off there. He's hopping on his right foot. Looks like it might be a potential ankle injury. Unfortunate there for Taylor.
That's a massive blow given the quality and a great season he's put together. There's a tripping free kick going to Doncaster East. Phelan over the top to Jackson Green.
Go back and kick a goal. Put it right on the goal line.
Just have a ping, for goodness sake.
It's going to be a very hard shot, though.
But there's nobody back on the goal line for Doncaster East.
That's total inexperience there.
Just on the 50-metre arc or 45-metre arc out of here. Goes short, doesn't. It'll be cut off here by Sean Cross. Goes down the line. Doncaster East have the numbers. Lyle got hands on it. He gets the kick. And it goes straight into the Doncaster East bench out of bounds on the full. John O'Van quickly in the score centre.
We've got, thanks gents, we've got a score from Fair Park and Oakley. I'll just get that up. At halftime it was Fair Park 6-6-42, Oakley 4-4-28.
Okay.
Look, I know they're trying to play the percentages, but if I was Ryan James at three-quarter time, I'd be saying to the guys, look, if you get in position, have a go, for goodness sake. So, ball on the ground, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
So they were lucky then that they didn't get burns on that turnover.
So let's go down to the boundary again quickly.
Yeah, just in defence of Doncaster East a little bit there. I think the ball is holding up at that end slightly in the wind, so I think that's just a matter of not being able to make the distance.
Yeah. Possibly, but they could still get a big man on the line that could force a knockout to one of the small men that Crummers. Yeah. So umpire to throw it up again. Up it goes. One out of the middle there by Waddell. He's had a really good game, Waddell. He's been one of the stars for this Doncaster side today. And we'll have another stoppage. And so what have we got? 25-point margin. It's sort of just around the margin. If they could get a goal before three-quarter time, who knows what might happen as they win it out of the stoppage again. Into the ruck contest. Underneath that was Phelan. Not going to come out, though. In fact, it does come out, and it's in the hands of Cross. Cross goes for goal, but he's missed. So a bit of a let-off there for Doncaster East as it goes through for a minor score, coming up to almost time on, and it's 63 playing 37 Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It's their first score for the quarter, though, Balwyn. They've only kicked a point for the quarter.
They've done really well at Doncaster East to lock it in their attacking half, and when it's been in their defensive half, they've been able to rebound as we wait a little while for the ball out here. It's always a bit of a wait whenever it goes near the tram line out here, or the White Horse Road end out here at Balwyn Visy Park. It's Simon White with this kick in, goes to the far side, looking for Giles, got hands on it, gets it on the ground, handball away there, finds Fasanella, who gets it to half-back flank here. Balwyn have plenty of numbers on the ground. Wise is one of them. His handball wasn't all that great. Cherivolo Couldn't do anything. Shalakis does, though. Wrapped out there is Jackson Green, and it goes out of bounds. Good tackle there from Josh Wise. So 20 and a half minutes gone here. Just ticked into time on in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Balwyn 63, Doncaster East 37. They've had their chances, the Lions, but just haven't kicked straight or haven't taken advantage of their shots on goal as Quinn gets the kick inside 50. Kick off the ground. Still finds a teammate, and that's Jackson Green, who's really stepped up. Goes into the middle of the ground to Jones Hughes. His kick's not that great, and McDermott read it really well. He'll go back here, go to the wing, finds Sean Cross, just chipping it around, and they get the kick inside 50 now. Goebbels flew, Lyle did as well. Neither could lay hands on it. Waddell. It's just going to be a ball up here as we go to Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre. In fact, there's a free kick being paid here to Doncaster East.
So the intercept marks in this third term are 6-5 in favour of Balwyn.
Quickly to the boundary.
Yeah, just an update on Taylor Duman. He's had his ankle assessed and he's just getting it strapped and he's going to come back on.
So good news as we, in the meantime, as we've watched the play, it looks like it's gone through for a minor score, has it?
No.
Throw in.
No, throw in. So the ball goes in. Lyle got pushed off the footy there well by White. He's had a terrific game. Been one of Donny East's best. Now it's out to Lowther. Lowther out towards a couple of teammates over there, but great grab taken there by Walker. He's been very good for
Yeah, he's just
Balwyn.
starting to work his way back into the contest nicely after a big injury.
So the former Geelong and Brisbane man, they spread it across the half-back line into the hands of Pendlebury. Pendlebury goes out wide, finds a target in Britain. So just a slow, methodical build-up. Now they go forward, trying to hit a target over there. Goebbels it was, but he couldn't get hands on it. And it's knocked out of bounds.
I noticed you missed the ex-North Melbourne bit too.
Oh, I forgot about North Melbourne. He's had a few clubs, hasn't he? Several clubs in Tiger Woods.
But I can understand why you would miss it.
Apologies to all North Melbourne supporters. He might be listening today. 63-37, 22 gone. Now here they come off half-back again. The little kick across. That's a dangerous one across the face, but it worked out all right. Mark taken there by Whitling.
As he goes looking for Josh DeLuca, immediately handballs, and Darcy Jones-Hughes is all on his own in the middle of the ground. He might get this ball back. Plenty of space at centre half forward. Went backwards. The kick looking for Papadopoulos. Pendlebury parked underneath this, and a really strong mark taken there by Pendlebury. Goes out wide to Quinn. He's got Goebbels down the line. Centre wing. Far side out here at Balwyn Visy Park. So they look to just chip it around here through Balwyn. Go back to Quinn. At the half-back flank here, far side. They go further backwards to Josh Walker. He's probably been Balwyn's best this quarter. Pendlebury now has hands on it. A dangerous kick. Phelan might be able to cut it off. He doesn't. Whitling, though, able to lay hands on it. Gets the kick to the half-forward flank. The fly from Pollock's a really strong mark taken there. And go back. They might look to chip it around once again. 23 and a half minutes gone here in this third quarter as he goes down the line. Plenty of players around this. Nick Hay will be able to run onto it. Tillich was applying good pressure and a good bone-crunching tackle. There is the three-quarter time siren. And it's a 26-point margin here between Balwyn and Doncaster East. 9-9-63 the Tigers. Doncaster East 5-7-37 after a 24-minute quarter here. Brett Beston with the major goal kickers.
So Goebbels has a couple for Balwyn, and of course Jared Lyle with 3. But it has been a pretty good comeback by Donny East, but they still trail on the scoreboard. But everything to play for in this final term. It's 9-9-63 to 5-7-37. Three-quarter time here at Balwyn.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Balwyn Visy Park, the home side. The Balwyn Tigers lead 9-9-63 to Doncaster East 5-7-37. Got back into the contest though in that third quarter, did Doncaster East, still trail by a fair margin out here. Just going through the major goal kickers once again. Jordan Lyle with 3, Goebbels with 2, and all singles from there. All singles for Doncaster East as well. John O'Ven in the score centre. Any interesting scores from around the grounds? There's plenty of big games this weekend.
We can start from the top. Rowville taking on Noble Park, and Noble Park have hit the front 5-2-32 to Rowville 4-2-26 in Division 1. Beaconsfield have also hit the front 6-12-48 to 6-4-40, I apologise. And that's it for now, but we'll be in touch a little bit later on.
Yeah, the sides have been a bit light on with putting them through this afternoon, haven't they, Jono?
Oh, yeah.
No real excuses either. It's one of the better days we've had for footy, but you never know.
It's disappointing, really, because I want to hear scores.
There is many big games going around the grounds. It's, of course, the penultimate round for Divisions 1 down to 4 and the round 16 for Premier Division. But Doncaster East did make their way back into this contest, just couldn't get it on the scoreboard, though, and you know, they're still 4 goals behind. They need 5 goals if they are to win. It's definitely possible. They just need to start taking on shots, being a bit and taking them on, and going for goal more often than not. Brash.
Well, look, the one thing we can't be critical of Doncaster East is, look, they've tried to take the game on, and look, when Balwyn were taking their chances going through the midfield, and it seemed like it was coming off. It wasn't coming off as well for Doncaster East, but you can't have a go at them for not trying to change the dimension of the game. And look, they held Balwyn goalless, and they kicked a couple themselves. But so they worked their butt off just to give themselves an opportunity. If they kick the opening couple of goals, you just never know. But Balwyn, on the other hand, look, they'll want to finish the game out and not let Doncaster East give them a sniff, because you just, in this sort of game, you just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, look, Brash, I totally agree with what you're saying. The thing that I would be disappointed if I was a Doncaster East supporter is from the back line right up to the forward 50 line, they did everything right.
Yep.
But it was then, once they went inside that forward 50, it was as though, we shouldn't have the ball in here, we're going to turn it over. And they turned it over.
And that's the thing, when you don't have a quality forward.
Let's go down boundary side to Jared Beanland, who's with Brendan Sanderson.
Thanks, gents. Brenton, good message for the boys at three-quarter time. Their pressure and defence seemed to be the key. You didn't seem too concerned by the fact you only scored one behind during that third quarter.
No, I was very concerned. They only scored
I
one
would
quarter.
be.
No, but you got to try and ensure that the boys get positive messages at the break, fill any anxiety. Behind the ball, we didn't handle that very well. Finished the game off, so the game's there to be won. Just got to make sure we're better in the contest, and exactly what you said, pressure and defence will hopefully win us the game.
Any in particular changes for this final quarter?
No, just a couple of little positional changes, a couple of different guys will go through the midfield, but otherwise we're pretty much as we've structured up for most of the game.
So
Thanks, mate. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Sorry, Jared. It's what of Doncaster East, Scott? We're about to find out as the final term starts. Ball goes inside 50. Up they fly. Good work by Lyle. He got hands to it, but he couldn't hang on to it. Now it's Bradley trying to get it. He's played pretty well today, Bradley, actually, as the ball goes out towards the Fay wing. Little handball off there from Quinn as they try to go back inside 50 again, as they do. Ball punched away there. Good work by Paparonis. Now it's across to Wilson. He gets a handball back to a teammate, but he put him under pressure. Absolute hospital stuff as the ball goes out towards the far side. Marker's taken, so it's going to come back from Balwyn. Doncaster East, I think they've got a bit of a breeze behind them in this quarter, so that might be a saving grace. Good grab over there. In fact, it wasn't paid. It was the big man, Lyle, I think, who went up for it. Now it's bouncing around over there, and Balwyn will go inside 50 again, and that's a mark. And that's really disappointing for Doncaster East. They won't want to give up an early goal here, but it looks almost guaranteed as the mark is taken by, I think that's Tillich, is it? It is. So he'll go back from a very handy position and extend the margin by 6, you would think. But no houses on this one.
No excuses either.
So Tillich it is. He's pretty good in front of the sticks this year. Jack Tillich, he kicks, and the crowd were up pretty early. And Jack Tillich puts it through, so not the start that Doncaster East wanted. They trail 10-9, 69 to 5-7, 37. Benny, go back to scoreboard. Let's get some scores from around the grounds.
Thanks very much. Let's go to Tormore Reserve for the first time this afternoon. Baroni are taking on Upper Ferntree Gully. The Hawks 6-6-48 to Upper 1-1-7.
As we go boundary side to Dylan Smith.
Yeah, just heard from Ryan James there at three-quarter time. He was much happier about East Doncaster's ability to get back in the game and control it, but just wants them to take more risks in this final quarter.
As up we go in the middle again. Kroniak got a big fly. He'll apply the tackle here on Shalakis. Managed to get a handball away to Phelan. Balwyn starting to up the pressure though, and just going to have a ball up. The pressure already on early for Doncaster East after that early goal from Jack Tillich. They'll get the clearance here, Will Balwyn. Looking for Jordan Lyle, who's up against Nick Hayes. Done well since that first half, as have Doncaster East against Lyle. And ball might go out of bounds. No, it's kept in. Dribbler kick down to centre wing. Demand just tapped it forward to no one though. Did really well there, did Laverso. Handball over the top. Finds Woodell. Gets it out wide to James Appleby. His kick will be cut off here by Aaron Britton, who's also been pretty solid in defence. Has it at the half-back flank here.
Yeah, the skipper's turned the ball over a couple of occasions there, Appleby.
As he goes down the line, does Britton. Two big men down there. Balwyn have the numbers on the ground. Quinn tried to find Bowen Smith. Was he pushed? He wasn't. It's just going to be a ball up here on true centre wing broadcast side.
Ray, still too many Doncaster East players going up against each other. They're not talking. There's no talk there.
Just quickly, boys on the boundary, what's the wind doing down there in this term?
Ooh.
Question without
I've got you guys.
Yeah.
It's pretty still at the moment. It does pop up occasionally, a little sporadically, and when it does, it goes from right to left. So towards where Doncaster East is currently kicking.
Okay, so Doncaster East have got the elements in their favour, and that has been the scoring end in this game. So that's one thing if we try to make a case for a comeback. Lowther gives it off. White goes right across, kicking to. Well, in the end, it probably worked out okay for them as the ball goes to ground. Trying to get his hands on it there was Papadopoulos. Now, a funny little kick out. In fact, it's going to fall in the hands of Dooman as they wheel around. And that's Shalakis. He's caught, surely. No, he's going to pay a goal, I think. Shalakis, I thought he heard Brash call gone, and I thought the same, but it's a goal. So Shalakis has put it through. And that's another one back for Donny East as they reduce the margin to 26.
Actually, I thought it might have been number 38.
Papadopoulos with the goal there. That's a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender there as we go to John O'Ven in the score centre.
I don't think it was Shalakis.
No. Division 3 out at Warrandyte Reserve. The aforementioned side taking on Sylvan, 7-5-47. Warrandyte to Sylvan, 11-6-72.
Okay, so Papadopoulos it was. I saw the 8. I thought it was 28. Don't give me a hard time, boys. My eyes not that good.
I'll back you up, Brett.
Oh, thanks, mate. Jeez, everyone ganging up on me here. 69-43, and we've had nearly 5 gone in this last term.
So a much-needed response there from Doncaster East. We're back in the middle here. Waddell looking for Jones Hughes with that hit out. It's Balwyn. They're trying to move it forward, but can't. We're going to get a secondary ball up in the middle of Balwyn Vizzy Park.
For clarity, Shalakis is on the wing over here.
It looks like he's pushed up the ground as Shalakis in this second half as Phelan, I think, was trying to find Shalakis, but in fact it was Tequainor. He might get hands on this ball, Shalakis. It's in fact Balwyn that does. Shalakis applied the tackle. Papadopoulos ducked his head, still got high. And a chance here for the Lions to go inside 50 through their last goal kicker. Fasanella has a handball option behind, ignores him. We'll go back here, got a couple of leads. Just goes inside 50 now, and Josh Walker cuts it off. John O'Ven quickly in the score centre.
The game between East Burwood and Ringwood, there's only 1 point in it. The Rams 6-11-47 to Ringwood 7-6-48.
So massive lead there for Ringwood as the ball goes out of bounds here. Centre wing, broadcast side. Played 6 minutes here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as the ball will be tossed back into play. Up go Waddell and Cronier. It's Doncaster East that'll win out of the clearance. DeLuca shrugged off his opponent, got the tap forward, and will be given the free kick here. So the former Carlton man, and of course the former Fremantle Docker as well, will look for options inside 50. Couple of leads he's got, including, looks like Cameron Giles who will fly, and it's Dooman with the mark. Giles with the fly, Dooman was out the back, and a Team of the Year defender last year in the VFL for Frankston. He'll go back here and potentially get his 4th goal of the season and make it a 20-point margin. 7 minutes played here in this final quarter. Would have kicked 2 goals to 1 here as
they need to kick this goal.
They do, as in comes Dooman from a bit of an angle, about 30 metres out, and he has got it! The comeback is potentially on for Doncaster East, 7-7-49 the Lions. Balwyn 10-9-69, 7 minutes gone here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we go to John O'Ven in the score centre.
For those who might have missed it, at 3-quarter time between Heathmont and Mulgrave, the score there is 8-6-54. Heathmont to Mulgrave 9-8-62.
So Doncaster East, they're not going away, and they've got it down to 20 points, which is as close as they've been for a while. And if they get the next one, well, then you could probably mount a serious case for them. 7.5 minutes gone in this last term, so there's heaps of time to go. As we're just waiting for the umpire to bring the ball back. So sun streaming across Vizzy Park. Not the biggest crowd you've ever seen, but a good game of footy as the ball is won out of the middle by Waddell. That's a sling tackle, surely. What does the umpire say? No, he's going to just ball it up, I think. So the player that was thrown to the ground there, it was Phelan. He looks a bit worse for wear too. A little bit slow to get up. Up it goes. It's won again there by the big man Waddell. Now it's taken away there by Wise for Balwyn. They go inside 50. Can they hit a target? They sure can. And the mark is taken by Goebbels, who came across and took it in front of another Balwyn attacker, who basically just laid the shepherd. So Goebbels will go back and try and kick his 3rd of the day. So this will be a bit of a killer blow as Doncaster East have just got that last goal to get it back to 20. So this will extend it back out, but hasn't kicked it yet. And he doesn't miss too many, this man, Jeff Goebbels. On his way in, here's the kick. He didn't strike it terribly well, and in fact he hasn't got the distance. He seemed to get right underneath it, almost like a lob wedge in golf as the ball goes out of bounds. And we'll have a throw it in the right forward pocket.
Boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, that kick just held up in the breeze. It popped up once again, which was just ill timing there for Jeff Goebbels.
You're definitely right there, Jared, as Simon White, ruck duties, took it out of ruck under pressure from Jordan Lyle there, alongside Daniel Quinn, as ball will be tossed back up. Plenty of players dispersing from this stoppage as Lyle just shrugged White out. Will Stevenson, was he taken high? Umpire will ping him.
Sure.
So Simon White with the free kick. A couple of cries there. There wasn't a free kick there from the Balwyn faithful underneath us. As White, not a great kick, and it'll be cut off here. They go inside 50 looking for Tillich. White will try to cut it off. Got the spoil in. Got it to Fasanella, over the top to Ceravolo. That's a poor effort there from Ceravolo. Couldn't completely control it, and it's another forward half stoppage for Balwyn.
Gee, that could have cost them, and that's cost them an inside 50 there, Doncaster East.
It has, and it's potentially given Balwyn an inside 50 as well, as up go Van Driel and Waddell. It's the latter that wins out, but Balwyn do get it inside 50. Nick Hay can't run onto it. Lyle got hands to it, couldn't control it though. Ball will trickle out of bounds for boundary thrown as Simon White looks worse for wear, and Balwyn will get another forward 50 stoppage as they look to orbit seal this game.
Just watching Jordan Lyle, he's like a one-man wrecking machine. He's just crashing into bodies all over the place, just taking people out off the ball. As the ball goes in, over the back, it's one there by Van Driel for the moment. They go inside 50, but Lowther's back there, dependable, and that's not a great kick. I was just about to give it, well, I did give him a wrap actually, but he's kicked it out in the full, I think. And it's going to be Alex Urban. He's going to take the free kick as the crowd start to come to life here.
Lowther's had a shocker, Bresh, today.
Oh, he just has not got it right, has he?
That's the kick, and it's been marked, so some sloppy defence, and Goebbels is going to go back and have another opportunity. So it'll be a difficult kick again. I think we've worked out that the wind is quite tricky from this end, and it gets up again. You can see the flag just starting to move, and a bit of breeze up here and where we are on the balcony.
Right on cue for Jeff Goebbels. If he does kick this though, it's just that experience on show.
Yeah, well, if anyone's going to kick it, it would be him. Looking for his third of the day. He's missed some opportunities, but this has not been the scoring end, that's for sure, as Goebbels gets the kick on its way, and it's going to come up short again, so we predicted it. There's the ball knocked away off the line, and it's going to go out of bounds as we head to the score centre.
Thanks very much, Besto. Croydon and Montrose. Croydon 8-9-57, leading the Demons 7-8-50.
Very close contest.
Not over yet,
Blakey looking a bit nervous over there as the ball's tossed back into play. Van Driel took it out of ruck. Urban was wrapped up by James Appleby, and another stoppage inside forward 50 for Balwyn. Two of the stars of the Premier Division going head to head as White got it to Chris Phelan. Goes a very dangerous kick, and Aaron Britton will be able to cut it off. Got Bowen Smith on short, ignores him. Instead goes a very dangerous kick out wide, and this one will also be cut off here by Jake Whitling. Simon White looking pretty gassed in front of him as he goes down the line. Phelan on ground level. Nice backwards handball, only to Josh Walker though. All that experience at the AFL level on show there. Goes down the line. Not the greatest kick. It'll still work out for Balwyn. Van Driel goes into the middle. Able to cut it off there was Fasanella. Balwyn have the numbers here though. Van Driel is out. Tynan will be able to run onto it. He can't, and the ball will trickle out of bounds. That's 60 metres out from Balwyn's goal, so dangerous territory here for the Lions.
I'll tell you what, Simon White has tried his backside off today. He really has.
His last 10 minutes, I was just watching him. He's given everything.
Yeah, he certainly is. Yeah, all that experience, but he's almost trying to win it on his own. But he needs a few soldiers to go with him as Waddell wins it from the ruck contest. Ball bouncing around, and there's a whistle here, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of Donny East. So they're starting to get the rub of the green as the kick goes out wide. It's not a great one. Red's over there. Little handball over the top, finds a teammate and Sticker under a fair bit of pressure. Now it's still there. Sticker goes and gets a second bite of the cherry. Still on the ground as Donny East. It's all over the place over there. Just have a stoppage and settle it down.
Well done by the Doncaster. Those two young men there, they worked extremely hard. They didn't get the result, but at least they got a.
They were under extreme pressure. Bresh.
Yep, good work. So the ball won by Balwyn out of the stoppage. There's the kick inside, and it's fallen to the hands there of Bradley gets his kick smothered. Donna East under enormous pressure. Can they get it out? Trying to get his hands on it was Hellswally's on the ground, and they wrap it up again. Next best thing, if you can't get out, is to at least get a stoppage and just get yourself a chance to reset, which they've done. So it's going to be a stoppage just inside 50. Up it goes. One by Waddell coming over the top. As the ball in the hands of Goebbels, gets a handball back as they go inside 50 again. And this time the mark is taken. And I think that is, can't quite see it, it's Giles, I think.
No, it's number 11.
Giles. So let's go to...
that's Pollock.
Oh, sorry, Pollock. I'm looking at the wrong side of the show. Let's go to the stats centre.
So the inside 50s are 6-3 in favour of Balwyn, and in those 6 inside 50s they've had in this last quarter, Balwyn, they've taken 4 marks.
So it's going to be Giles. Pollock's. Pollock's it is. He's played pretty well today, actually. He's had a good game. Here he comes to try and extend the Balwyn lead, and he's got it. Crowd were going up pretty early, so Pollock puts it through. And that's a real killer blow now for the Balwyn side as they get it out to 11-9-75 to 7-7-49 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've had 15 minutes in this last term.
No matter how hard they've tried Doncaster East, they just can't. They're just not able to find any sort of fluency in their play whatsoever.
Whereas Balwyn are just marking it inside 50 and lowering their eyes, finding those options. It's quickly to the score centre with John O'Ven.
Not the best day out for Oakley District. As at the moment, as the score stands, it's Fair Park 13-7-85, to Oakley 4-4-28.
They're falling off the cliff here, Oakley.
Got another big one for you later, gents.
As we'll have a secondary ball up. Why not now, Jono, with that score?
Give it to us, baby.
So, so as the score stands now between Nord and Doncaster, apparently it's 11-11-77.
Lord Nelson.
Norwood to 1-5-11. Doncaster, can you explain that reference there, Brash? I'm probably not as old as you.
As we go up again in the middle of Balwyn Vizzy Park. Waddell just trying to take it out.
Things are officially falling apart on the coverage here.
We need our fearless leader to take control out here. Up we go again. Waddell got the handball away. Shalakis. Grab a kick to true centre half forward. Plenty of Doncaster East numbers, and they'll win out. Jackson Green managed to get a handball away. Jake Whitling will roll onto that left boot of his. Get a shot on goal, just drifting to the left. 7-8-50. Doncaster East, 11-9-75. The Tigers. 17 minutes gone here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as kick in taken by Chris Pendlebury.
So they're probably going to run out of time, Doncaster East, but they've certainly given it everything. As the ball comes out towards this side, White talking about giving it everything, and I think he's taken a mark, has he? He has. He's been extraordinary in the last few minutes, as we said before. And he's taken a mark, so he's going to try and find someone inside 50. Not a lot of options, though, as he goes. Funny little kick, and it's been marked over there. Good work by Red, who takes an intercept mark. And the danger over for the moment. So just quite happy just to slow it down here, Ball, and they don't have to do a whole lot this late in the game. They're well ahead on the scoreboard as the kick goes out towards the wing. There's White again. My word, fantastic stuff. Takes the mark, goes inside, but he's just a little bit overcooked that one, going over the head of Hallswall. Now they go inside 50. Kick really to nobody. Good work, though, by Jones Hughes. He's tried hard all day. Gets a snap towards... hit the post. Pendlebury hit the... Did it go through? Pendlebury hit the post. It's a goal. I'll tell you what, Chris Pendlebury smashed into the post, and I thought it was actually the ball.
I wonder how the post is feeling.
I'll tell you what, it just proves that they make posts stronger these days, because when Lee Matthews did it, he split it in half.
I was just going to say shades of Lee Matthews, but the post stayed upright.
You're right.
So
that's amazing.
They get one back. It's back to a 20-point game, and Chris Pendlebury might have a headache tonight. 75-55.
As we move back into the middle there, Chris Pendlebury is still up. He's done really well after that. Hoskin with the leap, got the tap down, looking for Appleby. It'll be feeling that runs onto this ball. Nice toe poke there to Luke Tynan, who also gets a toe poke. Looking for Darcy Jones-Hughes. Looks like he's been swung up forward to the half-forward flank here. Appleby. Plenty of players around this, and we might just get a stoppage. We won't. Doncaster East just trying to will their way through and potentially get another chance on goal, but it's just going to be another stoppage in the middle of Balwyn Visi Park.
Some stats from Paul.
Doncaster Race have had 3 of the last 4 inside 50, so it's 7-6 Balwyn's way.
Has a nice spin move there from Simon White. Did really well, shrugged off a couple of tacklers. He's had a massive final quarter, gets the ball here. Balwyn, though, will get it inside 50. Van Driel goes short to Jordan Lyle. And he'll go back and potentially kick his 4th goal. You got to credit the effort there from Simon White, but it still didn't pay dividends, and Jordan Lyle will go back for the shot here as we go to Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre.
It's the 5th mark inside 50 this quarter for Balwyn. So it's 15-9 inside 50 marks Balwyn's way.
As he'll kick with barely any angle from just outside the 50-metre arc. There doesn't seem to be any breeze, well, not from the balcony at least, as Lyle comes in, slow deliberate approach, just pokes it to the pocket, looking for Bowen Smith. Smart play there from Lyle to take some time off the clock. We're into time on now. Not too many players inside Balwyn's attacking 45 as in comes Smith. Go Balls. There's a bit going on off the ball there from Simon White as Smith gets a shot on goal. Won't have the distance. Lyle was there, spoiled from behind. Clearing kick from Aaron Cheravolo. Couldn't find anyone though. And trying to burst his way through Van Driel. He'll be pinged. Umpire pays advantage. Phelan goes the long ball looking for Duman, who's out the back here. May be able to run onto this. He does. And he'll get the goal! That's a brilliant finish from Duman, whose ankle looks a bit ginger again. It's down to 16 points, 20 and a half minutes gone here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 11-9-75 to 9-7-61.
And I reckon we've just seen the Tobin brothers' goal of the day as well.
And great play by Chris Phelan. You know, running down the cricket pitch, with no one in kick it to, he just kicked it to home and they got the right bounce.
Gee, another goal would make it interesting, wouldn't it?
Look, all in all, look, at the end of the day, if Donny East don't win, as their coach, you'd have to be happy after the first quarter.
Yeah.
It's just that first quarter, you know, no one was going to stop Balwyn the way they played their first quarter.
They started off as slowly as Richmond did last night in the AFL.
Poor old Richmond, nobody
like
cares.
Like a Noble Park game in some ways, Ray.
Yeah. So up it goes out of the middle, won by Doncaster East. Can they get another one quickly? Because we're 21 minutes gone, so probably, who knows, maybe 6-7 minutes to go as they go inside 50 again. It's a brilliant mark. Fantastic grab there. Hall's what it was. He came back to save the day. So they need to get it down the other end, and they need to do it pretty quickly. Hallsville taking it on. Goes out wide, but it's fallen for Balwyn, and they'll go inside 50 again. Who's there this time? Not taken. And someone tries to dive on it there. Lowther's there, but he can't get to it either. Cries of holding the ball, but they get it out to Fansella, who thumps it down the middle of the ground. Falls into the hands over there of Wilton. He's got a bit of time as well. No one on him now. He just drills a little short kick in there. I thought that bounced, to be honest. Cross gets a handball off, and they'll have to go inside 50. They're looking for a target, and Wise can't take it. Doncaster East. There's Waddell. Funny little kick out towards the wing. And it's gone out of bounds on the far side of the ground. So 75 to 61, 22 and a half gone last term.
I reckon he's had a great game today, Waddell.
He's been brilliant.
He has tried so hard today.
Been magnificent.
He's been probably the better ruckman out of the rucks today as he goes up in this duel. He wins out to Shalakis, got a handball away to Fasanella. A very high up and under kick, looking for Deman, who got it to ground, but only to Aaron Britton, who gets the clearing kick, looking for Jeff Goebbels. Handball over the top here. Finds Bradley. That's a very smart kick over the top, and his teammate isn't able to run on to it there. That was Van Driel, and we'll get a boundary throw in. Again, in dangerous territory for Doncaster East, who will not want to concede a goal here. It would all but be sealed here if Balwyn did kick a goal from this forward 50 stoppage as Lyle and Hay move into position for this ruck duel. It's Lyle with a big fist forward. His teammate and Josh Wise is able to run onto it, but ran out of yardage, and we'll get a boundary throw in here. So 23 and a half minutes gone here in this final quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 75 plays 61.
Sorry, Wardy. I just heard within earshot that apparently there's around 3 minutes on the clock.
So not too much longer left for Doncaster East as Lyle got the handball away, looking for Wise, gets the shot on goal! Now there's your Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Josh Wise, absolutely brilliant! 12-9-81 Balwyn, Doncaster East 9-7-61, 24 minutes gone here in this final quarter.
I still like the Demon goal personally, but anyway.
Sometimes it just takes a moment of brilliance to seal a game, Ray. I think the game's just been done and dusted.
But look, but all the credit goes to the goal kicker. You've got to give Lyle his credit with that hand pass out of the ruck contest.
That was a very well
underground hand pass.
But it was a very well thought out piece of play.
Yeah. The player who receives it's got to finish it off, but also credit to the guy who.
That's exactly where we're going with that, Ray.
So unfortunately, Doncaster East's brave effort looks to have fallen short. They've been good though. They've fought their way back after that disastrous first term, but that goal probably puts the icing on the cake with a couple of minutes left. Socket off the ground out towards the far side. Taken over there, in fact, dropped to the ground by one of the Balwyn players. Trying to get his hands on it was Jones Hughes, and that might be a free kick.
Yeah.
It is.
Probably tried to do just a little too much there, Waddell.
So free kick it's going to be. Going the way of Balwyn. So maybe a chance for a late goal. They chip it down the line. Mark taken over there by Red. He's been called to play on. He gets it back. Now they go inside 50, the kick. Can they get up and take a mark? Lyle is there, and I think, no, he's been beaten to it that time. And who else but Waddell, who's been absolutely sensational for Doncaster East. He's been easily their best player, a lottery along with Simon White. As Hoskin try to get hands on it, but they're going to get it again. Now it's Urban, who was very good in the early stages, has gone out of it a little bit, and a good spoil coming in there from Whitling, knocking it out of bounds. So the final siren imminent, nearly 25 and a half minutes gone. 81-61 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
There's two rucks. Jordan Lyle in position here. He's been really strong. He'll go up against Simon White. Got the hit out, did Lyle to Cross, who might have been held. Umpire didn't pay. Phelan gets the clearing kick, and reading that really well there, Josh Walker. Potentially a contender with the second half of the Sportsco Eastland best on ground. And solid in defence as he goes inside 50, looking for Lyle. Can get hands on the mark. Callum Bradley with ball in hand gets the kick inside 50. Lothar was able to juggle the mark. Was a bit iffy there. Gets the handball away to Simon White. Looking for Darcy Jones-Hughes out the back. Balwyn have the numbers, and Daniel Quinn is able to take the mark at the half-forward flank here. Got an option on short in Tillig against three. Doncaster East players. The snap on goal just falls short, and Nick Hay on the goal line there will take the mark and go back. There's a couple of Doncaster East players that are
he's unleashed the
He's
torp.
gone the torp. Bring back the torp as Pollux gets it inside 50. Bradley, spoil from behind there from Lothar. Wise is able to pick up the ball though. And it's not going too far. We're just going to have a ball up. A true centre half forward. 27 minutes gone here in this final quarter. Balwyn 81-61 Doncaster East.
And so Balwyn continuing on their winning way. They've been good in recent weeks, and they're a real threat coming into the final series as they snap forward. And it's been dropped over there. Here's an opportunity now. Lyle, he lost sight of the ball. He didn't know where it had gone. And in the end, coming through was Quinn, and he's happy just to see it out of bounds.
I know they're going to win this game, Balwyn, but do you think Brendan Sanderson would be happy with this performance?
No. Overall, no, I don't think he would be.
So he would have been happy in the first term, but probably not so much with the rest of the game as the ball is won out of the ruck by Doncaster East. Handball out towards the boundary, and it's gone out of bounds. So we're told about 20 seconds to go, so the world's largest siren's about to deafen me as we prepare. I might put some earmuffs on or something.
Just put your fingers in your ear, Brett.
Umpire to throw it in. There's the ball went out of the ruck by Lyle on the grounds as they dive on it, and the umpire says we'll have another stoppage. It's about to go. Stand by.
That old air raid siren, it's a thing of beauty out here at Balwyn Visy Park.
81-61 as the umpire to throw it up again. There it is. Thankfully, it's a short siren. It doesn't go on for too long.
Yeah, they did you a favour, didn't they?
But that's the game. Balwyn have repelled the Doncaster East challenge in this final term, and indeed in the second half, and they've come away with the chocolates. 12-9-81 to 9-7-61. Wardy, tell us about the goal kickers.
So it was Jordan Lyle with the 3, Jeff Goebbels with 2, and Josh Wise also with 2, including a potential contender for Tobin Brothers' goal of the day. Singles to Alex Urban. Jack Tillich, Daniel Quinn and Callum Bradley, whilst for Doncaster East, Darcy Jones-Hughes, their only multiple goal kicker with 2 singles to Paparonis, Duman, Papadopoulos, Jack Shalakis, Cameron Giles and Mac Hoskin. But it was a good comeback from Doncaster East after what was a really slow start, but just too little too late from the Lions, and it's a good victory for Balwyn. They keep in touch with the top 2. We'll keep a close eye on that Roval Noble Park score, see if they can potentially jump into the top 2. Jono, do you have a score from there?
So a score at this stage, according to what I see here at CBEC, is Roval leading by 20 points, 10-2, 62 to Noble Park, 6-6, 42.
It's over.
It's going to be hard if that's where that game is. I don't think Noble are playing well enough to kick 4 goals.
Yeah, and they don't have enough scoring power either, unfortunately.
So
but nonetheless,
so it'll hurt. It'll hurt Balwyn, who got the big victory here. Do you have any more as we go boundary side? Jared Beanland has got the coach Brendan Sanderson alongside him.
Josh, Brenton, are you happy with that performance? Since after quarter time it was a little bit, they broke even a little bit there, didn't they, the Lions?
It was a great game. I mean, both sides were really desperate, and obviously our first quarter set us up. Pressure was great, tackling pressure was awesome, but really good, even contribution from our 22 today. So this time of year, you just want to get the wins and not get any injuries. So I think we ticked that box today. It was good.
Yeah, it was a pretty good clean bill of health there on the injury front, which is always good to see. Any players that stood up today that you thought were vital in their contributions and made sure that Donny East couldn't get the advantages that they needed?
Yeah, I thought our backs.
It's just cut out there, Jared. He's just cut out there.
Josh Wise, Tommy Wilson, I've already said him. And who was the other one I really liked? Balwyn Smith I thought was fantastic too. So yeah, I thought our mids probably just had the edge today.
Thanks very much, Brenton. Enjoy the win, mate.
Thank you to Jared Beanland down on the boundary with Brenton Sanderson, who's done a terrific job in his first year out here at Balwyn. I think we've got time for another break here. Yes, we do. We're going to go to a break here. When we return, we'll dissect we'll take a look around the grounds as well as give our votes for Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground and Tobin Brothers Scholar of the Day. Thank you. It's Balwyn. The winner's out here in the Eastland Match of the round, 12-9-81 to Doncaster East, 9-7-61.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And match of the round, Balwyn winners out here at Balwyn Visy Park, 12-9-81 to 9-7-67, keeping their top two chances and double chance hopes alive in Premier Division. Going through the major goal kickers once again, Jordan Lyle with 3, Jeff Goebbels with 2, and Darcy Jones-Hughes with 2. Also, Josh Wise. Let's go to let's go with the Tobin Brothers goal of the day first up. Taylor Dewman's goal in the final quarter was good, but you can't go past Josh Wise, the dagger, and a really impressive run out on the boundary. I think he probably gets the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, fellas.
You probably won me over. I was pretty keen on the Dewman goal, but fair enough. No, I'd go with you guys.
We'll go with him.
Yeah. So congratulations to Josh Wise for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Let's go with our Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground votes. I'll go with you first, Besto. Who do you have?
Well, I went with the big man. I know it's unusual to give someone on a losing side the best on ground, but I thought Waddell was absolutely colossal. He just tried his absolute backside off all day, and I thought he was absolutely magnificent. The others, I kind of chopped and changed. I thought Urban, I gave him 2, and I thought Simon White. So we're basically given 2 of the blokes on the Doncaster East side votes, which is the anomaly of the game. But that was just the way it was. I just thought Urban was probably the best for Balwyn, but it was more of a team performance, and there was no real standouts for them, other standouts.
Brash, Ray?
Well, I'm similar to what you gave as well. Look, one vote I gave to Urban. I just thought his first half in particular, he had a lot of the football and he used it well. 2 I gave to Jordan Lyle, the big key forward up there, and I agree with you, 3 votes Waddell. Definitely best man on the ground.
1 vote to Jordan Lyle, 2 votes to Alex Urban, 3 votes to Waddell.
I've got Waddell for 3 as well, Alex Urban with 2, and the 1 vote for Simon White. So again, doing what you did best, I'm going with the 2 Doncaster East players, but I think that means Lachlan Waddell gets the Sportsco Eastland Best on Grounder. Superb job in ruck as Dylan Smith is down on the boundary with Josh Walker, I believe. Dylan, take us away.
Yeah, that is correct. I'm down here with Josh Walker at ground level. Josh, that was a pretty awesome performance, especially in the first quarter. What was the message to you guys at the start of the game?
Yeah, I think, look, they got the better of us pretty easily last time, so there was a bit to play for, and they're a proud team. We'll be looking to do some damage in the finals, so we knew to be on from the start, and then we sort of gearing up ready for those first sort of 10-15 minutes, and the guys, especially around the ball, I thought me in the middle were really effective.
Yeah, absolutely. And yourself, you've played a bit forward, you've played a bit back this year. Is that sort of a week-to-week proposition, or is it something you decide?
No, well, I actually did my knee earlier in the year, so I missed about 8 weeks, and I'm sort of just coming back. So back's a little bit easier. I don't need to put the knee into as many packs down back, so we're just looking after that at the moment.
Yeah, nice. And now, how's your time been at Balwyn, your first season there? A little bit different to the AFL, obviously, but how's it been?
Yeah, it's a few wins has been nice. A couple of tough years there at North. We're sort of under the pump, so I've enjoyed winning. But it's a great club, and it's really well run, and a great group of players, and obviously a very proud club as well, who want to make finals, want to do well. So I've really enjoyed that. Obviously missing, I think I missed 7 or 8 games with the knee, so that wasn't ideal. But I suppose back down for the right time of year.
I'll hand it over to you guys up there, Josh.
I'll go first. Yes, Josh. Congratulations on the victory. How has the move been down back, playing alongside the likes of young up and comers in Aaron Britton and Josh Pollux?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I've obviously I've played a lot down back throughout my career, so it's a place I feel pretty comfortable. And yeah, we do have some experience down there that's nice to have around. They know what they're doing, but also the guys like Polly and As Britton, and it's fun to sort of teach them and help them, and you know, the backline's a bit of a unit. It's only effective when we all work together, so I've enjoyed that aspect of it.
And how much are you enjoying being under Brenton Sanderson, of course? Was an Adelaide coach, and you would have gone up against him during your time, I think, with possibly Geelong or Brisbane, so you must be enjoying being underneath him.
Well, actually, he was an assistant coach of the Cats when I was playing there,
that's
so
right.
I knew Sando.
Go the Cats.
I knew Sando from beforehand, so yeah, it's been nice. He's a bit more casual now. Actually, he's relaxed a bit. It was I reckon I would have been 18, 19, and he used to ride me most weeks at Geelong for not defending or watching the ball or something like that. So it's been nice.
Josh, I just want to have a quick word. You've been out injured for quite a bit of the season. It would have been nice to come back and play behind the ball, just get your hands on the ball again and able to kick the ball around to position.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the last 3 years I've pretty much only played down back, right? So it's certainly somewhere I'm pretty comfortable, and it is just a bit easier. It's sort of my right knee, and it's a bit easier not having to crash packs with that and on the returning from that. So it's feeling pretty good now. So going forward, I'm not sure what we'll do, but yeah, certainly today was nice down back.
So do you think that Brenton still might use you down in the forward line if need be during the finals?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. I think we'll just take it week by week and. I suppose see who else is available and what we've got playing. So maybe who we're up against as well. So I suppose it's good for me and good for Sando that we can sort of just take it week by week and do what we think's best each week.
Ray Baird here, Josh. Look, to us up here, there seemed to be a problem kicking goals at this end up here. The ball was falling short. Was the wind a problem?
No, the wind wasn't too bad. This is just the uphill end. No one can ever. I reckon there's a fair slope, and no one can get them from the 45 arc.
No wonder no one ever wins out here.
Yeah. So it's certainly far easier at the other end.
I was about to say there was a bloke that just kicked it from outside 50 that just fell short there as well. But a great victory, and top two closing in, depending on obviously Roval and Noble's result. Just how much would it be mean to be in that top two position come the end of the season?
Yeah, that's obviously ideal. But we can't control what happens in the other games, so we just got to keep winning ours. So we'll try and get the job done in our games, and what happens elsewhere happens elsewhere. So it was a tick today.
Just quickly, the run home as well. Obviously, you've got Park Orchards and then Noble Park away. How are you feeling about those two contests? Of course, Park Orchards, they've started to improve, and Noble did defeat you guys earlier in the season on King's birthday. So, two pretty interesting contests there.
Yeah, I think it's good to have a few tests before finals. You sort of don't want to walk in the park right before you go into the main stuff. So, yeah, hopefully they're really good games, and we get a lot out of it.
And just on the Premier Division in general as well, what have you made of it, and how even the competition is, particularly that top six?
I've noticed that. You see the results, and sort of anyone can upset anyone on their day. So, yeah, as we were sort of saying, it means that every game you've got to respect and do your best each week.
Well, Josh, we really appreciate you jumping on, and congratulations on the victory as well. Go and celebrate, mate. Good luck for the rest of the season and finals as well.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you to Josh Walker down there. He really came into the game in the second half, obviously, as Doncaster East got on top, did Walker, and just that experience in defence. It's, if he does play in defence come finals time, and even if he does play forward, just that experience is going to be so crucial for some of the younger players in that forward line and down the defence, Besto.
But how good is it to have a guy who can just, effectively a swingman, so you can, depending on the state of the game, you can throw him forward, you can put him back, and with all his experience, I mean, just a massive player. I'll tell you what, the Doncaster East side will be very, very interested in the scores today, because there's a couple of crucial games, the Noble Park game and the Blackburn game. If they've both lost, and it looks like Doncaster, I know Noble were training for a while, that will certainly help Doncaster East out. John, have you got scores from those games?
Yeah, so it's looking like, based on this, depending on whether they've updated or not, but Roval still in front, 62-42 in the case of that one. Blackburn well ahead, 9-7-61 to South Croydon 6-5-41. Whether that's final or not, I'm not sure. But East Ringwood and Berwick have got off to an early start, it would seem. East Ringwood brutally 8-3-51 leading Berwick 2 straight 12.
Yeah, I think Donny East off the top of my head have got Berwick next week, and then I think they've got Vermont in the last round. So they've got a bit to do to hang on to that last final spot, certainly over the last couple of weeks.
I definitely think they can. They'll need to be on their A game, particularly against Vermont. And for Berwick, they'll still need to be on their A game as well, because they have definitely improved. They got close to Balwyn last week out at Edwin Black Reserve. I'm not too sure of where that game between Berwick and Doncaster East would be. Possibly Reserve, but yeah, they need to hit some form heading into finals, and if they are to keep their
Edwin
final
Flack
spot
there, Wardy.
Yeah, so that's going to be a bit of a test.
Bit of a danger game.
Yeah, that's a real danger game. In fact, I reckon for Doncaster East, I believe is there any other scores from across the divisions, Jono?
So we can go to Division 1 briefly, and Beaconsfield. It's unbelievable. They have scored a lot of behinds, but they've managed to potentially even win this one. Beaconsfield 9-16-70 lead North Ringwood 9-7-61. So a comeback that was not particularly seen. And of course, like clockwork, as you might be able to see on camera, Blake Tennant has handed me his phone, has informed me that the final score from the Montrose and Croydon game is Croydon 10-9-69, defeated by the Montrose Demons 12-9-81. Thank you very much for Blake. Stop clapping. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Blake.
He did some great job on the socials today, though, did Blake. So thank you for that. Any more scores, Jono?
Wanturna South and Bayswater, probably the final one from there. The Devils 6-4-40 trail or have been defeated by Bayswater 18-10, 118.
Unbelievable. Just extraordinary.
It is quite unbelievable. Let's head to Division 2 just briefly. Baronia, massive. They're going to be massive winners, that's for sure, as it stands at the moment. Must be 187-15. That was unexpected, considering that it's not actually on game day just yet. Tempe and Knox out at Knox Gardens. Knox 4-8-32 either trail or have been defeated by Templestowe 11-17-83. East Burwood and Ringwood. I'll just get a score here, jumping on the WhatsApp just briefly. Here we go, full time. East Burwood 6-14-50 and Ringwood 10-9-69. Fair Park 91, Oakley District 40. And are there any other updates? Well, if there are any updates, I'll let you guys know. Still waiting on an update from Vermont and Park Orchards. I haven't quite seen a story update just yet, but we'll let you know. In fact, they've got one, and I'll just load that. Just quickly scrolling through the stories as you do, and the final score from there. Park Orchards 9-10-64. Defeated by Vermont 16-10, 106.
Big winner there for Vermont. Another big victory on their charge to the minor premiership. Any fourth division scores? Any scores from Chirnside Park, Surrey Park, Jono?
You might want to take the headset off for this one, Morty.
Poor old Surrey Park.
Probably the final score from that one. Chirnside Park 16-11, 107. Defeated Surrey Park 9-8-62. In the Kilsyth and Nunawading game, it's pretty brutal out there. 22-26, 158. The Cougars probably beat Nunawading for 2-26. And finally, Scoresby and Forest Hill, a little bit more conservative in terms of what's happening on the scoreboard. Scoresby 12-9-81. Lead Forest Hill 5-0-30. That's scores as they stand, and they're probably final ones too, wouldn't we say?
Yeah, well, for one positive for Forest Hill, at least they took advantage of their chances. Five chances.
5 scoring shots.
Yeah, they've fallen a bit off the wagon, have the Zebras.
It wasn't that long ago that they were real contenders, the Zebras, but boy, the last few years have been they've been tough.
I'll just head back to Division 3, a couple of scores that I missed. Coldstream 8-11-59, probably beat the Whitehorse Pioneers 8-5-53, only one goal in that one. Ferntree Gully and Donvale, Ferntree Gully 11-11-77, the perfect football score, mind you. Donvale 14-8-92, and Warrandyte 10-11-71 to Sylvan 15-8-98. Convincing winners there.
That Donvale result was a bit closer than probably a few people expected, because they've been thrashing everybody.
Ferntree Gully, I mean, credit to them based on what I've seen throughout the afternoon, because they were languishing on the globe.
They were struggling
for the majority of the opening stages, first and second quarter, but I'll tell you what, they did pretty well to get where they were. They had the lead at one stage, then lost it. Donvale just too good in the end.
Yeah, they are, and firming, quite literally firming as the Division 3 contenders, Besto.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they still, they've had a little bit of a slip up today, but maybe they took the foot off the accelerator. Who knows? But they still look the side to beat on that division, and I think they're going to take some topping, that's for sure.
It's still a good effort against an almost full-strength Ferntree Gully lineup. I think no Lockie Kennedy for them. Obviously, Luke McComb came back, but it's still a really good effort, Jono.
In Division 2, Mulgrave, big winners over Heathmont at H.E. Parker. 14-9-93, defeating Heathmont 9-8-62. And that's a big one.
So does that all but lock up the top 5 for Division 2? I think that does now, given Eastbourne did go down to Ringwood. So Mulgrave will be playing finals this year, which is just great, and
that's huge.
It's massive. And a couple of weeks ago, before they had their bye, we'd written off Mulgrave, but now they're playing finals. It'll most likely be an elimination final against the side that they have knocked over in Heathmont. So
it's incredible, isn't it? Because I think at the start of the year we were all going, okay, how are they going to be like? They've re-signed the coach, they've brought in all this new talent, but I tell you what, they've just peaked just at the right time, and I think it's great.
I don't think any of us, I remember back to the previews we did at the start of the season, and I don't think too many of us gave Mulgrave a shot, but good luck to them. It's great to see.
I think I might have actually put them in final, so that's one prediction I got right out of not too many. I'm never quite often right when it comes down to predictions, but yeah, it's a great achievement, and I reckon it locks up the double chance for Waverley Blues and Templestowe, Jono.
Okay, so going back to Premier just briefly, the final score out at Norwood and Doncaster, 19-18, 132 to 4-3-27, a big scoreline out there. And it looks like the final score from Rowville and Noble Park, Rowville 12-7-79, defeated Noble Park 7-6-48.
So Rowville, I think they were percentage clear of Balwyn in second spot, they were percentage clear, so they'll still stick in second. But it's and you'd think with their run home, Ray, they'd probably get that top 2 chance.
Ray, I can't see Balwyn taking second spot off Rowville. Rowville's got Blackburn at Seabeck next week, and then they finish off with Doncaster in the last round.
Yeah.
They're going to get a percentage out of that, and they've already got a better percentage than Balwyn.
And as I mentioned before, Park Orchards, they face Balwyn and they face Noble Park away from home as well. So against Noble Park, obviously they've dropped off. They lost to them earlier in the season, so maybe they're a bit of a chance, but they're not going to get as much percentage as Rowville will. So great stuff there from the Hawks. It's a bit unfortunate for Balwyn, who might have to do it the hard way, but plenty of interesting results in Division 1. I think that's pretty much the top five all but locked in now, just because of Wanturna South quite convincingly going down to Bayswater, which, again, it's just such a surprise. You can't trust them. They're obviously coming off a great victory against Lilydale last weekend, but now they're not playing finals this year. It looks like it's going to be Beaconsfield and North Ringwood, which is great for both sides, particularly North Ringwood coming down into Division 1.
Particularly Beaconsfield have only been in the league for a short period of time. So
and obviously, when you look at both Beaconsfield and North Ringwood, there's probably a few players still to come back into that North Ringwood side too. Loco hasn't played. Aaron Fenton's just come back. They'll be strengthened a little bit, North Ringwood. Obviously, with Ocker not playing for Beaconsfield, a lot's going to rest on Johnson if they and they'll be hoping like Hades that he's available for their first final.
I do recall as well last week, Robbie Nahas just saying that he's incredibly proud of his troops, how they've managed to follow the process and peak at the right time. So, look, a lot of good things to come for North Ringwood, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're definitely on the up. Still plenty of young talent out there, and it's I think obviously they went down, but it was a really competitive effort against a very strong Beaconsfield lineup. And if there's no Matt Johnson, I think Mitch Sisbowski came back from VFL level from Frankston, and he's a key player for them when he's around. If they don't have those players alongside Ocker, then North Ringwood probably head into that game as favourites. Obviously, they got Jake Gasper back, and he won't be able to play finals. So, yeah, I think North Ringwood, well, given the form that they've been in, and obviously they went down here, they might go into a final against Beaconsfield as favourites. But yeah, that is definitely the top 5 locked up for both Division 1 and Division 2. So
anything from Mitcham Mooroolbark, Jono?
I'll just get you that one.
Because that was an important game too for Mooroolbark.
It is so, and you know what? They have treated it as such. At the moment, the score says Mooroolbark 14-14-98 to Mitcham 10-13-73. Apologise, I haven't been able to get that one throughout the afternoon.
But that's a crucial win now for Mooroolbark.
They've been such a tough side to get a read on, haven't they? They've been up and down all season.
But that win basically assures them of Division 1 football now.
Yeah.
Croydon, I think, are done.
Yeah, I think, because Mooroolbark and Bayswater will move to 7 wins each now. Croydon, with their loss, they're going down next year, Croydon, which is, in the pre-season as well. I think some of us predicted them to be playing finals, but it just hasn't gone their way for the Blues, Brash.
No, it hasn't, and it just shows you only you have one bad year, and that can derail, with injury and poor form, and all of a sudden you find yourself in that drop. And look, I think it's not a funny thing, but normally 6 or 7 wins, you don't get relegated in any division. But because of the double drop, it's just unfortunate for Croydon. And I gather did Lilydale kick more than 20 points today?
So.
Anything from there?
Remarkably, it stayed on the same score pretty much from. As I've been looking at it all afternoon, just let me.
It's all right. We'll keep talking
find
amongst
that briefly.
ourselves.
I'll get that to you in a sec.
No, it's fine.
I'm a bit concerned, given there's been no scores from out there. Could have potentially gotten a bit ugly, but let's talk about.
Sometimes it might be best not to know.
So there you go. So at the moment, I mean, this cannot be right. I wouldn't suggest that it would remain on the same score for a couple of quarters, but last time the score was updated, it appears to be 7-4-46 South Belgrave to only the solitary behind Lilydale, which doesn't appear to be.
Well, it has happened. They've kicked 6 points.
I apologise.
5 points in a game this year, Lilydale.
Yeah. Even if it's not updated, though, a 45-point margin.
Yeah. That is crap. It's the other way. So
I don't think that. I don't think that's right. That's
on Facebook,
just because I've seen it on Facebook too. It says, it says
completely the opposite.
It says Lilydale 14-13-97, South Belgrave 2-5-17, but at halftime it said South Belgrave 10-9-69 to Lilydale 1-3-9. So let's just assume it was South Belgrave that got the job done. But yeah,
I'd be fairly safe in confirming that. It's just a matter of by how much.
Yeah. Not too sure. It'll be interesting to see, Ray.
But I want to put something to Wayne Brescia. He's been around the league a long time. Now, I'm worried about Doncaster, okay? If Doncaster were to go to the league, or should the league be talking to Doncaster, do you think there could be a possibility that whoever wins Division 2 could get promoted, whoever wins Division 1 could get promoted, and Doncaster drop down to Division 2? Because I think that with their results they've got this year...
That's a big drop.
I know it's a big drop, but I think that sometimes the league have got to have a talk to some of these clubs just to find out where they're at, because if they continue in Premier next year and get belted by 100, 150 points, that's not good for the competition.
Well, put it this way, I jokingly, I did say that throughout the season, and that if the league may have had a chance to maybe rethink their strategy, I probably would have thought that they'd have to call an extraordinary meeting now to allow ourselves to change the rules to say that that South Belgrave could go up and Doncaster. But I agree. I think
Brash, they've done it with other sides who have gone up, so they can call these meetings. They've done it with other sides that have been promoted without winning premierships.
I put this way. I would put this way. I'd say never and not take anything off the table. But I think in hindsight, in what you're saying, it has merit. It definitely has merit, because just because Doncaster, as we know, they're going to go down. But the thing is, how far is the fall going to be?
Yeah, like you're losing by 105 points to a side that's, I think, sitting 8th in Norwood. That's still...
And sort of feels like death by 1,000 cuts, doesn't it?
And I think the biggest problem you have there, you've got to have a look at the Doncaster structure that they've had in recent years. They've struggled to fill a reserve grade, and that's been well known. They've had no under 19s for quite a while.
So without the depth, of course, you're going to struggle.
Yeah. So and the thing is, what you have to worry about losing your Premier Division status is you're relying on your the true heart of the club to stick around to see you through. And
well, you've got to think long term, don't you? And I mean, if it means a couple more years of pain, but they've got to do so. I feel really sorry for Chris Anarkis too, because was such a fabulous player. I don't know if he's been playing much this year, the player coach, but he's done it really tough. And but hopefully, he gets another shot.
But then on the other hand, we look at North Ringwood. They got belted around a bit last year in Premier Division.
But not the results at Doncaster.
I felt like they came back towards the back end of the season, showed plenty of promise. But it's
it's just something I've been thinking about, and I think that for the good of the competition, the talks need to go ahead.
Go and put it to the league, right?
They won't listen to me, mate.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
it's not a bad idea. It's got merit. So it's a little bit left field, but
So let the Oracle make a prediction on that one, I reckon.
So if obviously with South Belgrave with their current squad, right? Would they have beaten Doncaster by the same amount today that what Norwood did?
Oh, I think they would have beaten them. Well, they certainly would have beaten them, but it's hard to say.
I think in essence when you look at some of the performances of the clubs throughout the season, there is some worries there for some of the clubs. Let's not sugarcoat it. There's a lot of the fact is that the player market is so fluid, and also the fact that when we know that there are 10 coaching positions up for grab, and the hardest part is, too, years ago, coaches only had to worry about injuries and poor form. But now you've got to add in weddings,
overseas
travel,
all that jazz.
And that basically can sign a death knell to any coach if they can't get their side to perform.
I reckon they should ban players from going overseas.
Got to pay them, though. Got to pay them.
Well, I mean, it's obviously evident this year just because they're able to go overseas now. But, I think probably take the passports away from them, maybe. Keep them here.
Well, I guess it's the other way. I mean, look, COVID has changed the whole dynamics of how local football is played. We're not the only competition that is suffering the same sort of issues. So this is not inherent to the EFNL. No. All these local competitions are suffering. Player participation rate is down. The dollars are not in the dollars that where we were able to have the good players playing in the competition are not there at the moment.
Volunteers are down.
Everything is down.
Well, that It's a fascinating discussion just then, but unfortunately we're going to have to start winding down.
Weekend recovery, it continues.
Of course, yeah. There'll be plenty of discussion tomorrow. Ray Baird, I believe you'll be out there alongside myself. Looking forward to it. It should be good fun, and great job on special comments alongside Wayne Brasher. The two doyens of special comments back together again. It's always great to see. John O'Ven in the score centre for the first time. Did a great job today, mate.
Thank you very much, gents. What a beautiful day for it, and a great game too in the end. So looking forward to next time. And this is the pointy end of the season, so plenty of action still to come. It's going to be an absolute belter.
Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre did a great job. Brett Beston, my co-caller for today. Thank you very much. Great.
Thanks, Wardy. Yep, always good to call with you, mate. And an interesting game today, but well done to the victors.
And of course, Lee and Megan Green behind the mic and the camera continue to do a superb job. Megan Green doing the camera for both the women's and men's game. But that does us for the Eastland match of the round. The Balwyn Tigers 81 defeating Doncaster East 61.